considering. There are a few or a number of bills that are lined up for consideration at the Committee of the Whole. These are about 7 bills that are set to be considered at the Committee of the Whole this afternoon. The Gambling Control Bill, a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 70 of 2020, a bill that is co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, is one of the bills that the senators will be considering at the Committee of the Whole. This bill is currently at the division stage. Debate on it was concluded, and this afternoon it will be a resumption with members set to go into division. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa King, is in the chambers. Allow me to hand you over.
Tuombe. Mwenyezi Mungu, tukusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba utuajalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at times kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, as we wait for the House to attain that quorum for the commencement of House business, we shall take a look at the business that is set to be transacted this afternoon as we wait for the members to quorate in the House. The Gambling Control Bill, a bill that is originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 70 of 2023 and co-sponsored by the Senate Majority Leader, is this afternoon part of the business that will be considered by the senators at the committee stage. And the members had already considered this particular bill and its amendments therein. And this afternoon, the business that will be transacted on this bill will be division. It will be a resumption of a debate that was interrupted on Wednesday, 15th of May, the year 2024, in the afternoon sitting, and they will be going into division. This particular bill seeks to repeal and replace the Betting, Lotteries and Gaming Act, Cap 131, to provide for a legislative framework for the regulation of gambling in Kenya and also incorporate safe gambling principles in the gambling sector. The bill seeks to regulate betting, casinos and other forms of gambling, including the authorization of prize competition, public lotteries, media promotions, among others. So this is a bill that debate was already concluded, and it moved from the second reading all the way to the third reading at the moved from the second reading to the Committee of the Whole House stage. And this afternoon at the Committee of the Whole House, the members will be considering this bill at the division stage. If you are just joining us, is that this is the live proceeding of the Senate sitting this afternoon. Currently is a quorum bell. The prayer has been said and the chair has been taken. However, the House lacks the quorum of 15 members inside the chambers. We can see the member for Kiambu Honorable Karungo Thangwa. We can also see the member for Mandera, and we can also see the member for Isiolo already in the chambers. That is the entrance into the chambers. So members will be making their way through that door inside the chambers to join the rest or to take their position inside the chambers for the business that is set to be transacted this afternoon. And once that quorum is achieved, I will hand you over to the proceedings. That is Embu Senator, Honorable Mundigi. And we will be waiting for more senators, of course, to make their way into the chamber. The other bill that is set to be considered at the committee of the whole stage is the T Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 1 of 2023. This is a bill that is sponsored by the Honorable Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei. This is a bill that seeks to amend certain provisions in the Tea Act 2020 to protect the tea growers' proceeds from mismanagement by factories. The bill also aims to incentivize value addition of tea by exempting value-added tea from payment of the tea levy. Senator Agnes Kavindu there making her way into the chamber also. Remember, we are waiting for the House to correct, and then we will be going into the business without any other further delay. The bill further seeks to liberalize the tea industry, and this, according to the bill, is that it will be done through direct sales of tea overseas. This is a bill whose debate also took place on the floor of the House at the second reading stage, and the bill was committed to the Committee of the Whole, and part of the business that the senators will this afternoon transact at the Committee of the Whole stage. Senators are making their way into the chambers. Remember, it is the quorum that we are waiting for. The prayer has been said and the chair has been taken, and we need to correct. Once we have the numbers, then the business will commence. And this is pursuant to the House Standing Order number 39 and 40. Pursuant to that, those particular standing orders,
Order, Honorable Senators.
the quorum has to be achieved.
Do have quorum now, so we will start the business of the afternoon. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, the 25th September 2024. The Kamatangui Wetland Encashment Protection Order, legal notice number 139 of 2024. The Fafi Wetland Catchment Plan, Management Plan, legal notice number 144 of 2024. The Enyam Mpui Wetland Catchment Protection Order, legal notice number 142 of 2024. The Meroroni Mabruk Wetland Catchment Protection Order, legal notice number 143 of 2024. The Siani Wetland Catchment Protection Order, legal notice number 144 of 2024. The Kibirong Wetland Catchment Protection Order, legal notice number 145 of 2024. Reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following hospitals for the year ended 30th June 2022. Bungoma County Referral Hospital, County Government of Bungoma. Bumula Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Bungoma. Kimilili Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Bungoma. Sirisia Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Bungoma. Webuye Hospital, County Government of Bungoma. Siaya County Referral Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Ruambwa Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Yala Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Uyawi Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Got Agula Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Ambira Sub-County Hospital, Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Sigomere Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Madiani Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Siaya. Tigoni Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Kigumo Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Lari Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Karatu Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Thika Level 5 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Nyathuna Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Lusingeti Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Wanginge Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kiambu. Subukia Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Nakuru. Bondeni Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Nakuru. Langalanga Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Nakuru. Naivasha Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Nakuru. Kisumu County Referral Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. Nyagoma Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. Nyakash County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. Muhoroni County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. Masongo Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. Rabwor Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. Lumumba Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kisumu. I beg to lay.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
We shall defer that particular order. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
The Honorable Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Edwin Sifuna. You had sought time to substantiate certain claims that you made. You may now proceed to substantiate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I remember correctly, the directive from the chair was that the Hansard would be produced so that I know what I need to substantiate.
Very well. It shall be produced in a short while. In the meantime, we will proceed to request for statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. The Senator for Embu County, Senator Alexander Mundigi.
Request for statement on rising cases of fires in boarding secondary countrywide. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise person to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the rising cases of fires in boarding schools countrywide. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt condolences to the families who have tragically lost their children due to the recent fire outbreaks in various schools. I also wish a speedy recovery to the children that were injured during the incidents. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state whether all boarding schools have complied with government building codes and whether learners have any training on how to respond to emergency situations. 2, explain whether there is an appropriate age upon which a learner should be admitted into boarding schools and whether all boarding schools have matrons accommodated with the dormitories to help runners in case of emergencies. State any plans the Ministry of Education has put in place to make sure that all schools with boarding facilities are well equipped with emergency kit and equipment, emergency exit, security alarms, and well-trained security guns. And 4, outline any actions the ministry has put in place to ensure all boarding schools are registered and that they have guidance and consulting experts at hands to attend to learners, their families, and staff in the important occurrence of a disaster. Senator Alexander Munyimudigi, Embu County, Deputy Democratic Party.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you and good afternoon. I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding a clash over the copper and gold mines in Nyatike sub-county in Migori County, which occurred on 14th September 2024. Mr. Speaker, in this statement, the committee should investigate the circumstances that led to the clash at the Macalta copper and gold mines, which resulted in multiple injuries and the destruction of vehicles, outlining any measures the government has put in place to prevent recurrence of such incidences. Mr. Speaker, in that statement also, the committee should provide details of all local and foreign miners operating in the Macalda and Osiri copper and gold mines in Nyatike sub-county and in Masara copper and gold mines in Suna West sub-county, all in Migori County, and confirm whether they are licensed and compliant with the mining strategic mineral regulations of 2017. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should also ascertain whether there are any corporate social responsibility, commonly known as CSR, projects initiated by the foreign miners in the local community and determine how they are addressing environmental degradation. Mr. Speaker, the committee should also establish whether the foreign miners are conducting CSR activities through the Copper Hill Exploration and Mining Resources Company Limited or the Macalda Copper Hill SACCO or otherwise, and also clarify their role in protecting the mines. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should establish whether the Copper Hill Exploration and Mining Resources Company Limited and the Macalda Copper Hill SACCO undergo regular audits, and if so, provide their recent audited accounts and the list of officers in charge. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Wakoli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for statement on the fate of casual workers serving in the Health Department of Bungoma County Government. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare concerning the fate of casual workers serving in the Health Department of Bungoma County Government. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain whether there are any plans to regularize the employment of over 700 casual workers in the Health Department of Bungoma County Government, either by placing them on contractual or permanent and pensionable terms. 2, clarify whether the advertisement made in August 2024 for various vacancies, including clinical officers, medical officers, and pharmacists, to be filled by the County Public Service Board of Bungoma County, was internal or external, and provide reasons why the nature of the advertisement was not specified. 3, define the conditions and terms under which the casual workers are presently delivering services to the county. Senator Wafula Wakoli David, MP, Senator, Bungoma County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding mental health clinics and availability of qualified mental health care providers in each county. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the state of mental health clinics and the availability of qualified mental health care providers in each county and in the country. In the statement, the committee should detail the number and distribution of mental health clinics in each county, including any disparities in infrastructure and access to services in underserved regions, such as rural and marginalized areas. Number 2, present a report on the availability of qualified mental health care providers, including psychiatrists, psychologists, psychiatric nurses, and counselors in each county, highlighting any existing gaps in human resource capacities. Number 3, provide information on any ongoing recruitment, training, and capacity building initiatives by both national and county governments to improve mental health care service provision. Number 4, highlight current government strategies, budgetary allocations, and any collaborative efforts with county governments aimed to improving in mental health services, particularly in counties facing shortages of clinics or qualified personnel. The last but not the least, explain whether there are plans to establish specialized mental health centers in each county to ensure equal access to care for individuals suffering from mental health conditions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Miraj.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing regarding the status of allocation of housing units to former tenants of Buxton Estate in Mombasa County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing, in its report on a petition to the Senate by Mr. John Tsuma and other residents of Buxton Estate regarding eviction from and the demolition of Buxton Estate in Mvita constituency of Mombasa County, recommended, among other things, that the county government of Mombasa should allocate its share of 184 housing units to former tenants or petitioners, and 2, the State Department of Housing and the county government of Mombasa to develop a mechanism to ensure the remaining 336 tenants, petitioners, acquire units in Buxton Estate through tenancy purchase scheme under the National Housing Fund and submit a report to the committee within 60 days. These recommendations are yet to be implemented. I therefore request the committee to: 1, state the number of housing units the county government of Mombasa has received as part of its share in phase 1 of Buxton Estate, providing a list of beneficiaries of these housing units. 2, explain why the county government has not yet issued commitment letters of its share of the housing units to the 184 former tenants of Buxton Estate and the additional 336 former tenants who are to acquire the units through the tenant purchase scheme. And 3, state reasons for the delay in allocating housing units to the former tenants past the timelines of the relocation action plan. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise again on pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the steps taken by the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, in maintaining banking hygiene with specific reference to cases of accounts of deceased persons. Mr. Speaker, sir, many banks in Kenya subject the common wananchi to a lot of unnecessary anguish, especially whenever there is a death of an account holder, customer involved. Mr. Speaker, sir, one such case involves Miss Nur Ali Islam Jaizan, a widow of the late Anwar Muhammad Bayusuf. They owned a transport firm called Bayusuf Brothers Limited and operated on an account with Diamond Trust Bank. The widow was made aware of an alleged overdraft transaction made by DTB on 6 June 2011 to the tune of 59,300,000 against the deceased accounts. She confirms that she was not aware of the transaction, did not authorize it, and said amount was never credited to the company's account. As the account was dormant with zero balance during the period of the overdraft was alleged to have been made. On further inquiry, the bank claimed the deceased issued the instructions, but in the absence of any documentation, it is difficult to verify this transaction claim. Mr. Speaker, sir, the DTB went ahead and auctioned land number 194, section 6 MN for cash 70 million, as well as the company tracks following the due legal process, and still claims an outstanding balance of more than 17,628,748. Yet, the total outstanding amount of cash, 52,371,252, has since been fully settled. Mr. Speaker, this prompts the widow to lodge a complaint with the Department of Banking Fraud at Mombasa branch of the CBK. To no avail, since the information sought has not been forthcoming. Contrary to Article 35(1)(b) of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, in the statement, the committee should: 1, outline any steps the Central Bank of Kenya, CBK, has taken to resolve the matter and furnish the Senate with an elaborate report detailing compliance with regulations. 2, explain specific measures CBK took to sanction DTB for failing to provide its customer the information sought, and disclose full information on who authorized the loan and the transactions therein. And 3, state the measures taken by the CBK to ensure that businessmen do not suffer from predatory lending. Senator Miraj Abdullahi, date 23rd September 2024. Thank you, sir.
Senator Miraj, you had another statement. Good. Senator Wakili Sige.
Mr. Speaker, I raise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the use of excessive force by police officers against demonstrators in Bomet County, which led to the death of one Mr. Robert Chepkwony and injuries to several other. Mr. Speaker, sir, Small-scale tea farmers in Bomet County came out in their numbers on the 18th of September 2024 to demonstrate against perceived exploitation and low tea bonuses. The demonstrators were, however, met with a brutal response from the police, who deployed forceful measures, including the use of live ammunition, to disperse them. This tragic action led to the death of Robert Chepkwony, a 27-year-old resident of Chepkitach in Kimori village, and caused injuries to several others. Among the injured persons, Mr. Speaker, were Mr. Jafet Kipkirui Tawet, a 32-year-old resident of Chepkesio village, who sustained a gunshot wound to his thigh, and Mr. Gilbert Kipyegon, a 17-year-old boy of Chemusore village, all from Ogogoshia Quad, who still has a bullet lodged in his knee. Mr. Speaker, sir, this tragic incident has sparked outrage within the community, highlighting deep-seated issues between the tea farmers and players in the tea processing sector, and raises serious concerns about the way law enforcement officers handle public demonstrations. I therefore request the committee, Mr. Speaker, in the statement 2.1, provide a detailed account of the events that led to the killing of Mr. Robert Chepkwony and injuries to others during the demonstrations by small-scale tea farmers on 18th of September 2024, specifically highlighting the involvement of and use of police. 2, explain the rationale for the use of force by police officers, stating whether they followed the established protocols for managing public protest. 3, the committee should provide a status update on the investigations into the tragic incident, outlining actions taken against the police officers involved, as well as measures put in place to guarantee accountability. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the committee is requested to provide information on any support and or compensation processes offered to the injured protesters and to the family of the late Mr. Chepkwony. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator S. Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on the tragic death of Dr. Desri Mora Obwogi, a medical intern at the Gatundu County Referral Hospital, Kiambu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the tragic death of Dr. Desri Mora Obwogi, a medical intern at Gatundu County Referral Hospital, Kiambu County, in a suspected case of suicide. In the statement, the committee should, 1, provide a comprehensive account of the circumstances surrounding the death of Dr. Desri Mora Obwogi at Gatundu County Referral Hospital, including any immediate and contributing factors identified during the investigations. 2, describe Dr. Desri Mora's workload prior to her death, including the number of hours she worked during her last shift, and how this workload compares to the existing labor laws and medical practice standards for medical interns in public hospitals. 3, indicate whether Dr. Mora requested a transfer from Gatundu County Referral Hospital prior to her death, and if so, provide details on the reasons for this request and why it was not acted upon, while also providing information on how many medical interns have sought or obtained transfers from the hospital in the past year, including the reasons for those transfers and any other patterns of dissatisfaction with working conditions. 4, state the current number of medical interns and other healthcare personnel deployed at the Gatundu Referral Hospital and how these numbers compare with the established staffing norms and standards for a referral hospital of its size. 5, state whether medical personnel at the hospital, including the deceased, received their salaries or their other compensation on time, and address any issues related to delays or non-payment of dues. Finally, outline the steps taken by the Ministry of Health and the Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council to ensure the mental health, well-being, and overall welfare of interns and medical personnel in public hospitals and the measures that are in place to prevent similar tragedies from recurring. Senator Okenyuri Esther, MP.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 56, 1B. The Chairperson Standing Committee on Energy, Senator Wamatinga. What is your point of order, Senator Sifuna? You know, certainly it cannot be a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to remind you that I have now obtained the Hansard. Perhaps you can direct what you needed me to do.
Yes, once we are done with the statements, I'll give an opportunity to proceed to substantiate.
Speaker, I request that this matter be dispensed with. It's causing unnecessary tension in the country.
There's no tension, Honorable Senator. Absolutely no tension. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, he's also my member of the committee. I don't know why he wanted to interrupt. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B to make a statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on Energy for the second quarter of the third session, covering the period commencing 1st of April to 31st August 2024. Honorable Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 28 sittings, during which it considered and concluded on 11 bills, no one bill, and one inquiry. Attached in the statement is a schedule of the legislative business undertaken by the committee during this period, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, during the period under review, the committee considered and concluded 9 statements. 6 statements are pending before the committee, Honorable Speaker, and we have scheduled to meet the CS after there is familiarization tour of the ministry, because in the Ministry of Energy we have a new CS who was appointed recently during the broad-based system of government, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in addition, the committee finalized its inquiry into the tragic LBG explosion that occurred in Mradi area of Nairobi County, Honorable Speaker, on the 1st of February 2024. Honorable Speaker, in the previous session, the committee concluded an inquiry into the high cost of electricity in the country. We went round, met stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, and their recommendations that the committee has made, including unlocking. There was a memorandum put in by the National Assembly in issuance of new PPAs, Honorable Speaker, and there is a motion already before this House that we will be requesting Senate to resolve to unlock that particular memorandum, Honorable Speaker, so that the Ministry of Energy and Kenya Power will go ahead and unlock this issue so that we don't run short of electricity in the near future, Honorable Speaker, because with the affordable housing program that's going on, we anticipate there'll be many people who would want to join the grid in the next 1 or 2 years, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to highlight a significant challenge that has been severely constrained the committee's operations. Are you aware, Honorable Speaker, the Senate was hard hit by budget cuts, and since July up to date, Honorable Speaker, the committee has not been able to go for any retreat or even meet outside the presence of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, because of lack of resources. I hope the Liaison Committee and the House Business Committee will sit down and resolve these issues so that we can undertake business outside the presence of Parliament, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I believe that is what we had, and I wish to table.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the standing order to make statement relating to activities at the Committee on Finance and Budget for the second quarter of the third session covering the period between April and August 2024, we've had a sitting. We've had a total of 44 sittings during this period. We've done 47 statements. We've done 6 bills, and we tabled 7 reports. In the reporting period, Mr. Speaker, the committee held consultative meetings with the National Treasury and Economic Planning, CRA, Society of Clerks at the table, County Assembly Forum, Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, that is ISPOC, Budget Hub, Office of the Control of Budget, and the Council of Governors. Mr. Speaker, the committee also conducted a recruitment process for the nomination of a person on behalf of the county governments to Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Mr. Speaker, during the reporting period, the committee carried out pre-publication scrutiny and examined 2 legislative proposals on proposed Public Finance Laws Amendment, Bill 24, and proposed amendments to the Public Procurement Asset Disposal Act 2015. In processing of statements, Mr. Speaker, the committee adopted a mechanism where the response is availed to the senator, immediately it's received from the relevant agency or county. By county, we meant the governors. The senator is required to provide any issues that need clarification within 14 days. Mr. Speaker, I've met with colleagues whereby they've always questioned their statements in our committee, especially statements regarding pending bills. And the requirement, as I repeat and I state, is that we give the feedback, the Secretariat gives the feedback, and requires the senators to report back within 14 days. In the event you have not reported back to the committee within the same 14 days, the assumption is then you're satisfied with the feedback or the response that you've received from the agency or the governor. During the current quarter, the committee is scheduled to consider, among others, the COB County Government's Budget Implementation Reports for financial year 23-24, the County Ward Equitable Development Bill, Senate number 20, the PFM Amendment Bill 24, approval hearing of the nominee, Mr. David Kibet, for the position of the DG, Competition Authority, which we've actually did wind up today, and a report shall be tabled on the same. We had, it was a joint committee with the National Assembly. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the committee is scheduled to consider the status of implementation of the House resolutions on county government's pending bills. On this matter, a meeting has been convened, Mr. Speaker, on the 3rd of October with the National Treasury and Economic Planning and the Controller of Budget to appraise the House on the status. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that matters pending bills cut across the 47 counties. And so we saw it wise to invite all senators, whereby the control of budget will in place, Ministry of Treasury, so that they can be able to bring to light and give more information in this regard. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I really wish to thank your office and the Office of the Clerk of the Senate for the continuous support it has accorded our committee, and more sincere thanks to our Secretariat, all of them led by our lead clerk, Gitonga, and the team, the legal team. Our Secretariat has been 100% very supportive to this committee. Lastly, I wish to thank most sincerely all the members of the Finance Committee. It has been teamwork for us to be where we are. It is one of the busiest committees in this Senate, and the commitment has been full, and I really want to thank all the committees led by the chair, Senator Boni, Senator Faki, Senator Shakila, Senator Tabitha Karanja, Senator Onyonka, and Senator Eddie Okech, and yours truly. That is the status, and so, Mr. Speaker, I wish to table.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 56(1)B to make a statement related to the activities of Standing Committee on Health for second quarter of third session covering period between April to August 2024. During the period under review, the committee held a 28 sitting, during which it considered 1 legislative proposal, 12 statements, 2 petitions, and undertook the county oversight and networking visit. Attached to this statement is a schedule of legislative business considered by the committee. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the Speaker of the Senate conveyed the Senate message from the Cabinet Minister, the Ministry of Health forwarding the names of Mr. Patrick Omandi Okoth, Omoth, EBS, for appointment for the position of Director General of Health. Mr. Speaker, the committee sitting joint with National Assembly Department Committee on Health conducting approval hearing on suitability, competency, experience, and integrity of the candidate, and consequently, prepare and adapt its report, which was tabled on 1st of August 2024. Mr. Speaker, in the report period, the committee conducted the county oversight network engagement in 4 counties, that is Kiambu, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Mombasa County. The objective of this engagement was to assess the status and the quality of the infrastructure, facility, and the hospital equipment, the provision and decentralization of ambulance and emergency service, and automation of health provision system for the patients, drugs, and commodity management. The committee further sought information into adequacy of healthcare personnel in the counties, the gaps, the challenges, if any, the counties face in regards to the healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, the committee also held consultative meetings with the Ministry of Health and the Council of Governors and the Health Workers Union during the countrywide health workers strike on April. I'm happy to report that some of our intervention culminated in amicable return to work formula agreement signed between the national government, county government, and health workers union. Mr. Speaker, in the reports period, the committee conducted pre-publication scrutiny on the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill 2024 proposed by Senator Catherine Muma, MP, and recommend its publication. The bill which seeks to regulate the production, sales, advertisement, and smoking on nicotine products, including the use of nicotine punch and electronic nicotine deliver service on consequence introducing in the Senate by the way of first reading on 6th of August 2024. Accordingly, during this quarter, the committee is scheduled to consider presentations received by way of writing memorandum, prepare and table its report on the bill. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, committee concluded its considerations of the petition of Kenyatta University medical students on the management and the use of Kenyatta University Teaching, Referral, and Research Hospital by medical students at Kenyatta University and tabled its report. Mr. Speaker, committee also received petition regarding alleged medical negligence and staff incompetency leading to the death of Ms. Nati at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. The committee is scheduled to consider this petition and consequently reports to the petitioner as stipulated in the order paper. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, 12 statements were referred to the committee for consideration, increasing the tiling of the pending bills to the 47. It is noteworthy that the committee has also concluded the consideration of 37 statements of the 48 statements referred to it, representing the completions work the rate of 44%, whereas the committee has sought a response from relevant agency and the majority of the responses received have been unsatisfactory or contain inadequate information. Mr. Speaker, with therefore gone, the committee has categorized all the pending statements into a broad thematic area and scheduled the meeting with the relevant agency to deliberate on issues raised on their specific mandates. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, I wish to thank your office and the office of the Clerk of the Senate for continued supporting according to the committee in its work in executing its mandate. Mr. Speaker, lastly, I also wish to thank the members of the committee for their diligence and contributions during the committee activities. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, before I allow comments on those statements, allow me to make the following communication. As you may recall, the sitting of the Senate held on Thursday, 19th of September 2024, the Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Edwin Sifuna MP, made utterances while contributing to a statement sought by Senator Esther Okenyuri MP concerning alleged killings of residents of Bombaba ward in Kisii County. The Senate Majority Leader rose on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 1051, seeking the intervention of the Speaker to require the Senator for Nairobi County to substantiate the claims made. From the debate, there was a contention as to whether Senator Edwin Sifuna MP made claims that necessitated a point of order from the Senate Majority Leader. You may have your seat, Minority Leader. The chair thereafter requested for the Hansard report to be availed in the next sitting. The requirement by the Speaker in this matter was to do the following. 1, establish the connection between the point of order by the Senate Majority Leader and the utterances made by the Senator for Nairobi City County. And 2, make a determination on whether substantiation is indeed required. Honorable Senators, from the Hansard of that day, I have established the statement made by Senator Edwin Sifuna MP, which stated the point of order by the Senate Majority Leader to be the following, and I quote, even this young member of County Assembly, MCA from Wajir, was plucked from the streets of Nairobi. We would want all of us leaders to take a very strong position and ask William Ruto We will not ask him about the other promises he will break, even if he does not build the roads and stadiums he promised us. Can he please stop killing us, stop abducting people and bodies showing up in quarries? Now, honorable senators, Standing Order 1051 states as follows. A senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. Having reviewed the Hansard record, I rule that the utterances by Senator Edwin Sifuna MP need substantiation pursuant to Standing Order 105. That being the case, I direct that Senator Sifuna tables evidence to his statement. Further, pursuant to the Standing Order 105-2, a senator is required to substantiate the allegation instantly or not later than the next sitting day, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. So the Senator for Nairobi, you may proceed to substantiate if you're ready.
Honorable Speaker, this is a very familiar dance, and I have agonized about the terms of Standing Order 121, that in substantiating, I must make substantiation to the satisfaction, in the opinion of the Speaker, that it has been satisfied. Honorable Speaker, I tried to put together some material, but I suspected that I was not going to be able to persuade you. And Honorable Speaker, I suspect that you also know that it might not be possible for me to withdraw those words or apologize. Honorable Speaker, therefore, I request that I sit down and await judgment as shall be directed by the Chair. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Which point of order? No. But how can it be out of order? He has declined to substantiate, and therefore sentence shall follow forthwith. Now, our standing orders are very clear. Our standing orders are very clear that if a senator is unable, in fact, if you read 105-2, if a senator, failure to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives a suitable apology if the Speaker so requires. And therefore, I rule that the senator for Nairobi is out of order, is disorderly and out of order, and I therefore order him to withdraw from the presence of the Senate for the remainder of the day. But just to help other members, let me read Standing Order 101 so that it can help other members who would wish to make some allegations touching on certain offices. Standing Order 101 states as follows: neither the personal conduct of the President, nor the conduct of the Speaker, or the judge, or any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any other person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government or representatives in Kenya or any friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from such office is dependent upon the decision of the Senate shall be referred to adversely, except upon a specific substantive motion, of which at least 3 days' notice has been given. So, honorable senators, as you debate, have Standing Order 101 in mind. We've had honorable senators making allegations against judges. We've had honorable senators make allegations against the President. So please be guided by the standing order of this House. I will now allow comments on the statements that have been requested and made pursuant to Standing Order 56-1 for a limited period of 30 minutes, starting with Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on the statement by the Honorable Senator Wakil about the handling of police, demonstrators, and any other person. Mr. Speaker, our new constitution is very clear as to how to handle any suspect in the country, that if you are suspected of any crime, you should be taken to court within 24 hours if one has been arrested. That has not happened. Mr. Speaker, there is nowhere in our law abductions are a way of dealing with anyone or any extrajudicial matter, whether killing or keeping anyone in confinement, without the courts be aware, and that's why habeas corpus at times can be given. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the statement of the Kenyuri about the university doctor, student also, who passed on in circumstances which were suspected to be suicide. Mr. Speaker, the doctors have been demonstrating in the streets, and they demonstrated particularly about interns, and nothing much was done about it, and that's one of the results. Mr. Speaker, I think the other sector need to relook at the issue of interns, because interns are already doctors, having been in the university for 7 years, so that we do not have cases of frustration and the investigations like they are going on about that particular person. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheranke. Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator of Bomet brings into focus the possibility of extrajudicial killings. I never imagined that we would be witnessing extrajudicial killings after the exit of, with due respect, the late President Moi. Mr. Speaker, Robert Chepkwony, prime age of 27 years old, while exercising his right on the matter of the economy of his county, namely tea farming, was shot dead. I don't understand what the police are doing in our villages. Mr. Speaker, as one of the most tear-gassed leaders in this country, I've been tear-gassed many times, and severally life rounds have been shot around me. It is becoming so easy these days, Mr. Speaker, to see the police in villages releasing tear gas. You and I, and many of you, we used to only smell of tear gas whenever we would go on strike at the University of Nairobi. But these days, police are following villagers into their homes. They are hardening the youth. I think time has come, we should call the inspector of police, now he has settled into office. He acclimatizes us with the new way in which the police are using rubber bullets, tear gas, and live rounds. We must condemn this completely. Mr. Speaker, the issue raised by the Senator of Migori, gold mining and copper in Makalda. Mr. Speaker, this is only speaking for what is now a national problem. You go to Ikolomani in Kakamega, Rosterman in Kakamega, Masienze in Kakamega, Liranda in Kakamega, Mr. Speaker, same story. Mr. Speaker, we have to emphasize to the new minister in the Ministry of Mining that only companies that are licensed to do gold mining should be allowed to go to Nyatige, to Kakamega, to Marsabit, to West Pokot, and Taita Taveta, where we have the rich mineral resource. These white people, in the name of licenses for exploration. They are exploiting our resource. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, a company called Shanta has been in Kolomani exploring for the last 21 years. And the minister is there. I hope my good friend, Governor Joho, will live up to it so that we bring this to the end. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of intern doctors. Colleagues, an intern doctor is not a student. An intern doctor is a doctor who is working in his first year of medical practice. He has already taken the Hippocratic oath. He can practice medicine anywhere and everywhere. Let the government recognize medical intern doctors as doctors, because that is who we are. And by the way, whenever you go to Mata Hospital, Nairobi Hospital, those young people you are seeing who are treating you, they are on call. And the first people to be on the first line of call in my profession are the young doctors, the interns. So the interns are there on duty doing locum. They're the ones who are taking care of you. And when it is difficult, they invite us, the senior doctors, to then step in. Let us give them their respect. And it's a shame that a country like this, where the doctor-patient ratio is so terrible that any doctor should be finding it difficult to find employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Senator Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I wanted to make a comment on Senator Sigei's statement. Mr. Speaker, you know, this issue of police brutality, police force being misused on citizens, Mr. Speaker, is something that this House must fight. And Mr. Speaker, I was expecting that perhaps in that statement, probably the owner of that statement could have requested that one of the biggest motions that we had in this House at the time that we were faced with the lowest moment of our country, when the Gen Z movement was forced to visit this House to call Parliament to order, senators in this House, through the majority leader's motion, expressed themselves overwhelmingly on the issues of police brutality, on the issues of police mistreatment, and on the issues that goes with abduction, go with extrajudicial killing. And Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that many moons after this conversation, the resolutions of this House that were sent to the President of this country, even a single of them has not been taken seriously. Mr. Speaker, we resolved in this House that those young people that were affected by that demonstration in terms of killing must be compensated, Mr. Speaker. There is no police who will ever know the magnitude of their deeds if those young people are not compensated. We said in this House, Mr. Speaker, that young people who have been abducted must be trailed and must be released from those abductions, Mr. Speaker. We said in our resolution in this House, Mr. Speaker, that those people, young people who are arrested and are in courts for crimes that don't make sense must be forgiven, Mr. Speaker. We said in this House, Mr. Speaker, that police who have meted on Kenyans' extrajudicial killings and did things that are wrong to Kenyans must be brought to book, Mr. Speaker. Now you come to a situation where many months later, Mr. Speaker, there is a statement that needs to go to a committee over the same actions of the same policemen, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing? Mr. Speaker, I think that that committee, the first stop that the committee must go to is to go to the resolution of this House that went to the President and make sure that every single issue that was in that resolution, Mr. Speaker, must be implemented. Mr. Speaker, I felt it very badly the other day when multimedia students went to riot. Actually, they were demonstrating, they were not rioting. And Mr. Speaker, a policeman, actually 3 of them, ganged up on this young man, beat him up, broke his legs, he could not be able to move, and they tried to drag him, to take him into the vehicle. And this young Kenyan, a student who's just expressing himself, Mr. Speaker, when he could not be able to walk with this policeman to the car, you heard a policeman saying, and I quote, "Tumpatie dawa kidogo, Mr. Speaker." And this dawa was basically taking a tear gas canister and throwing it on the face of an already beaten and battered young man on his campus, Mr. Speaker. This is an issue that, as a House, we must sit on and work on it and finish it for once and for all, and it only starts by making sure that the resolution that we made in this House is implemented to the full, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, my last comment will be on the issue of mental health, Mr. Speaker. We passed, when we were in Turkana, Mr. Speaker, I know that this year we are also going to Busia. In fact, a few weeks we'll be going to Busia on the Senate Mashinani. When we were in Turkana, Mr. Speaker, we did pass one of the most important bills on community health promoters, Mr. Speaker. But if you look at the status of some of the officers who are working even in government, mental health has become a serious crisis in this country, Mr. Speaker. In Eldoret, for instance, Mr. Speaker, almost 11% of cases of suicide because of mental health is going on, Mr. Speaker. I think that in a place like Migori County, where I come from, Mr. Speaker, it will be important to expand the community health promoters network to also include some community health promoters who can be able to help our people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii, na mimi nitoe maoni yangu kuhusu maneno ambayo yaliwekwa hapa mbele na mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kawi ya bunge hili. Bwana Spika, mimi na Kenya nzima tulishuhudia wakati Waziri Chirchir alipokuwa waziri wa kawi, Kenya nzima ikienda gizani ama kukosa taa, kukosa umeme kwa usiku mzima, Kenya nzima. Jambo hili lilikuja likaregelewa wakati waziri mpya Bwana Opiyo Wandayi alipochaguliwa. Punde tu akaenda kufanya sherehe, tena Kenya nzima ikawa katika hali ya giza. Na nyakati hizi zote mbili, aibu zote hizi mbili ambazo Kenya, ambao ni uchumi mkubwa katika bara Afrika, ilipata, tumeelezewa kwamba kuna shida ya kubeba ama uchukuzi wa ile kawi, instability katika kubeba ile kawi kutoka sehemu moja mpaka ingine. Na tumeambiwa kwamba shida ni kwamba KETRACO wanapata shida kwa sababu ya kukosa yani instability ya ile system. Kukosa yani instability ya ile system. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, juzi tumepata habari kutoka kwa vyombo vya habari na kwingineko kwamba kuna group ama kuna watu ambao wanataka kuwekeza kwa sehemu ya kawi, na grupu hii Bwana Spika ni watu wa Adani. Tungependa sana kamati ya kawi wawaite hawa watu kuhusu uwekezaji wa pesa zao na pesa za wananchi wa Kenya katika sekta hii ya kawi. tunataka kujua kama kweli kuna ukweli kuhusu maneno ya KETRACO, na kama ni kweli, je, mipango hii iko wazi? Hatutaki kukaa kungojea tuje tuambiwe baadaye kama haya yanayofanyika upande wa uwanja wa ndege. Tunataka sasa kamati hii ya kawi ya Senate watafute ukweli, waite waziri wa kawi, waite katibu wa kudumu, waite kampuni ya KETRACO, waelezee wa Kenya kama kuna ukweli ndani ya madai haya ya kwamba kuna uwezekano wa kuleta pesa ili stability patikane katika usambazaji wa kawi katika Kenya hii. Ya pili na mwisho, Bwana Spika, nimefurahi sana na ninampongeza Mheshimiwa Hamida kwa vile ameashughulikia sana mambo ya afya ya kiakili. Mimi ningependa wakati kamati hii inaangalia kuhusu swala la alilolileta hapa kwa bunge hili, kwamba ikiwezekana tunataka kujua kama kungewekwa pesa ama investment katika kila kaunti ya Kenya kwa ajili ya wafanyikazi wa serikali ambao wanapata shida ya kimawazo, haswa wale ambao wanafanya kazi za usalama. Ingekuwa ni jambo la maana kamati pia iangalie kama kaunti zote tungekuwa na centers ama mahali ambapo wafanyikazi wa kiserikali haswa wa sekta ya usalama wao wanaenda na kupata usaidizi, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, tumepata shida nyingi na habari mbaya ya watu wetu ambao wanafanya kazi kwa kitengo cha usalama. Unasikia mtu ameenda na aliyaona kule alikoenda, kisha mwisho akakimbia ile kazi kwa sababu ameona mazito na ile kazi ameiwacha. Watoto wanaumia, amerudi kwenda kazi za mjengo kwa sababu kule hawezi kwenda tena. Na tunapoteza watu wengi ambao wangeendelea kutusaidia kwa upande wa mtengo wa usalama. Kwa hivyo tunaomba kama hiyo kamati ya Senate inaangalia mambo hayo, waangalie pia uwezekano wa kutoa recommendation kwamba kila county tuwe na mahali ambapo watu wa serikali, wafanyikazi wa serikali wanaweza kwenda kupata usaidizi kwa mambo ya mental health. Asante sana Bwana Speaker.
Senator Orwoba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the women of Kenya, and particularly the widows of this country, I'd like to add my voice to Senator Miraj's statement, Mr. Speaker. For those who have been following, Senator Miraj has highlighted a case where you have a widow who is following up on properties that were owned by the family, particularly the husband, and a bank account was used to take an overdraft of 59 million. And in that instance, Mr. Speaker, it appears as if the bank, Diamond Trust Bank, somehow colluded with people, according to her statement, and ensured that they then auctioned properties worth 70 million to allegedly claim back this 59 million that was taken as an overdraft from an account of a deceased person, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason I stand to add my voice on this is because day in and out, I receive so many complaints from women, particularly widows or daughters of men who have passed away, and there's a lot of property that is up for grabs, Mr. Speaker. More often than not, you will see that even the discrepancies on how women are being dealt with at these banking institutions is that they start asking you for all sorts of documentation just to ensure that you are unable to follow on the unclaimed financial assets of the deceased persons, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've been on record in this House talking about the Unclaimed Financial Assets as well, the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, UFA, who are dealing with certain matters that touch on assets of those who have passed away, Mr. Speaker. It is very unfortunate now that Miss Ali, she's called Miss Noor Ali Islam, who is the widow of Anwar Mohammed Bayusuf, has lost property worth 70 million, and on top of that, the bank is still claiming that there is a 17 million balance that was accrued due to this overdraft, the alleged overdraft that was taken after the man had passed on, Mr. Speaker. This kind of banking fraud is very, very common, Mr. Speaker. And the target, most of the time, is women. Women who, most of the time, they entrust their banking and their finances and their assets to the men, to their husbands, to their spouses, their partners. And unfortunately, when they pass on, they are found in these circumstances where it is up for grabs, Mr. Speaker. I want to particularly speak to the CBK, because I'm dealing with so many of these cases, and every time you go to central bank asking for certain things, or even just inquiring on certain procedures, even when it comes to auctioning, Mr. Speaker, as a woman, it's so difficult. They almost force you to get money to go and get a legal representative. It becomes a whole other affair, Mr. Speaker. So on behalf of the women of Kenya, and particularly the widows, Mr. Speaker, I hope that when this statement, because it has been referred to the Standing Committee of Finance and Budget, which is the same committee that I referred the statement of unclaimed financial assets, Mr. Speaker, I hope that when this statement reaches there, it will be dealt with, not as they dealt with the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, because, Mr. Speaker, they have not come back to me on all the inquiries, and some of them were touching on issues such as this. I hope that the chair and the committee will take this matter seriously, because women are suffering, Mr. Speaker. Some of us who are daughters of our fathers who passed on are still dealing with issues of assets. And the fundamental basis of this statement is that it is actually a form of gender-based violence, Mr. Speaker, that is targeted at women in the assumption that we do not understand finances, in the assumption that we do not know issues on banking, in the assumption that we cannot fight for our assets, Mr. Speaker. So I hope that that committee deals with it, as I will also be pursuing the issue of the unclaimed financial assets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Beatrice Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Esther Okunyuri. And Honorable Speaker, I feel for the family and for the life lost of a skilled officer, the doctor intern that is supposedly had committed suicide. Honorable Speaker, as we go around selling the resources of our country, if it is not an allegation of an airport being sold, it could be a port or any other major resource of this country, we should be paying attention to the challenges that the public sectors are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, sir, if it is, well, just the other few days ago, the interns, doctor interns were on the streets. And Honorable Speaker, if it is not the doctors, it is the lecturers running around on the streets. If it is not the lecturers, we have teachers demonstrating on the streets. And Honorable Speaker, this is not a death in isolation. We have often seen or heard about police officers who shoot their whole families and kill themselves, Honorable Speaker. We have had teachers who've committed suicide. I rise here to just say that in a neighboring ward from where I come from, called Kanyikela Ward in Dewa Sub-County, we have had 2 teachers committing suicide, Honorable Speaker. So if it is not teachers committing suicide, it is police officers killing themselves or killing their families. And here we have a doctor intern. Honorable Speaker, we all know what goes on in the training of doctors. And so it is an unfortunate situation, and as a country, we must attend to the challenges that are bedeviling the public sector. Honorable Speaker, when I come to the statement by the Senator of Bomnet, I feel for the demonstrators, but Honorable Speaker, it brings me back to the video we all watched, of, if not all, on the day the multimedia students were demonstrating, Honorable Speaker. It was so unfortunate, so painful for me as a mother to see a young, helpless man being beaten brutally by police officers. And Honorable Speaker, on this day in the evening, one young girl wrote to me, and I invite all the police officers out there to listen to what this young girl said. These police officers are not seeing the future. Their own kids and relatives won't be able to afford those school fees. And Honorable Speaker, this was a writing from a young girl, barely 19 years old. But it tells all of us about the fear the young people have about their future. Honorable Speaker, I condemn the killing of the demonstrators along with the killing of other demonstrators in the past. The senseless killing that we saw on the 25th of June, Honorable Speaker, and a number of parents, we are still being told that a number of people are still looking for their lost children or brothers or sisters. The question we are posing to the government is, where are these people? We last saw a number of bodies from some quarry. Incidentally, there were only one gender. The question is, who was this that was just choosing on women or girls? Where are the boys? Where are the bodies of the boys that they could have been with? Honorable Speaker, as a country, we must attend to the challenges that the public sector is going through. If it is low investment, as a country, we must look into it. I feel for the intern doctor. I feel for all the Kenyans who go through that suffering. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on the statement that was requested by Senator Miraj Abdullahi on the issue of Buxton. Yes, it is true at the Committee of Roads and Transportation and Housing, we looked into this matter and concluded the issue. But it is very sad to hear that the county government of Mombasa has not implemented the resolutions or the recommendations that we gave. That is to share the housing units to the 184 former tenants of Buxton Estate. And Mr. Speaker, it's also sad to note that the same people who had requested, who has petitioned this house, and that's why we investigated this issue, have not benefited from the ruling or the recommendations of our committee. Mr. Speaker, we are going to look into this issue again by inviting the governor of Mombasa, because it is sad that this house is taken for a ride, or they are not taking our resolution seriously, and when it comes to the county governments, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to join that statement with the other statement that was requested by Senator Esther Okenyuri on the issue of Dr. Desri Mora Obogi. As Kiambu, we have lost a doctor who it is said that she died of suicide at the Kiambu Gatundu County Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker. I would urge the Committee of Health to invite the governor of Kiambu to come and explain the working conditions of the people or the doctors in these hospitals, Mr. Speaker. Because we realize that doctors in Kiambu County, first of all, they don't get their salaries on time. And second of all, Mr. Speaker, they were moved from the NHIF that we all know that covers their medical expenses to a private insurance company called MUA, Mr. Speaker. And I brought that statement here, and it is almost a year, and the Committee on Health has not responded, neither invited the governor of Kiambu to come and explain, Mr. Speaker. So I recommend that the governor should be here so that the working conditions of doctors in Kiambu County are well taken care of. Because you cannot go to a doctor to get treatment, yet the doctor is sick himself or is suffering from something, Mr. Speaker. So they should be taken care of mentally, financially, and even working conditions, Mr. Speaker. So I support those two statements.
Senator Professor Tom Ojende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the statement on copper and gold mining in Nyatike sub-county in Migori County as a statement that mirrors mining in various parts of this country. I think we've had the Kakamega mines, same framework. We have mining in other counties, including Siaya County. Mr. Speaker, this statement speaks to political interest in the mining industry and the need to ensure that those who engage in these activities under the Mining Act comply with the law and ensure that all and sundry who engage in mining through subsidiaries and companies, and Mr. Speaker, there's a growing infiltration of Chinese miners who go into counties, get into arrangements with some of our governors and county governments. And Mr. Speaker, what we witnessed in Makalda, in Migori, is an embarrassment, where the governor and an MCA were involved in scuffles because of the lack of understanding and or clear compliance with the legal framework that governs mining in that area, and clear interests, Mr. Speaker, that are palpable. Mr. Speaker, I know Makalda has been an area where gold and copper have been mined by individuals for a long time. And I think a lot of Migori, as a county, has that problem. Mr. Speaker, the Environment and Land Committee needs to put to a halt sporadic problems that arise in various counties in this country because of unregulated mining. We have seen, even in Kwale County, we have issues touching on mining. I call upon, Mr. Speaker, the chair of the Committee on Lands and Environment to visit Migori County. This will help as an example, in my view, to have a clear framework between the role that counties play and the shares that counties get from mining, because such shares, Mr. Speaker, go well into activities of CSR that will ensure that residents of the particular county benefit from mining activities. We know, for instance, the ratios involving, we've had ratios involving mining where both national and county governments ought to benefit from the activity. But the activities, Mr. Speaker, sir, must be regulated first. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this statement by Senator Eddie Okech will lead to this committee visiting Makalda so that we can ascertain, Mr. Speaker, the framework that governs the mining of copper and gold in Migori County, because that will then also, Mr. Speaker, help with the regulation of mining so that other counties can also learn from this framework, because the Migori one is a big embarrassment and has exposed this sector and the role that foreigners play in mining and basically in prospecting, mining, and commercialization of minerals that we know under the Mining Act essentially belong to government. That is the first, the Mining Act. Minerals and mineral oils belong to government. But we now see that delicate framework between the national and the 47 county governments. Mr. Speaker, this is an important feat. I ask the chair, Mr. Methu, aside his other Murima activities, to focus on this area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundegi.
Bwana Spika, nataka kuchangia mambo ya ambayo ilikuwa nazungumzia mambo ya hela ya county. Yangu ni kusema ni asante sana kwa wale magavana ambaye tumewaona wa
Senator Mundigi, unachangia zile
Hapana.
statements ambazo zimeuliziwa?
No.
Basi ngoja mpaka tufikie ile hoja ambayo unataka kuzungumza.
Asante Bwana Speaker.
Next order. Now, honorable senators, I will, pursuant to Standing Order 45, to rearrange the order paper. We will now move to prosecute order number 16. Clerk, proceed to call that order, please.
Order number 16, the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2024. Second reading.
Now, honorable senators, the floor is open for debate on the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 38 of 2024. Senator Mundigi Alexander Munye.
Kaunti zetu 47. Yangu ni kushukuru magavana ambaye tulisikia wakitanjwa ama wale walikuwa kwa orodha ambayo wamefanya kazi nzuri, na vile walifanya vizuri kwa sababu ni njia ya kutuonyesha ushujaa wa kusaidia ukatusi katika mashinani. Nikitaka kusema yangu si ungi mkono ambaye kupunguza ile hela kaunti zinapatiwa, kwa sababu tukikumbuka mwaka uliopita kaunti zote tulipatia bilioni 385, na tukiwapatia zile hela magavana walikuwa nataka bilioni 425, na tulikuwa tunaona hizo pesa tukiwapatia asitaweza kusaidia ukatusi katika mashinani. Kama nikiangalia katika Embu County, hizo pesa ya mwaka jana ilikuwa bilioni 385. Sisi katika Embu County, Madam Speaker, Embu County tulipata bilioni 5,200, na katika Embu County hizo bilioni 5,200 huwa unakuwa gavana na serikali yake na MCA wakikaa chini kwenda kusema vile sitafanya kazi, unakuta katika Embu County kuna shinda, kwa sababu unakuta gavana wakati alichaguliwa alikuta pending bill na wage bill, na zile hela vile sinafanya kazi unakuta pending wage bill huwa kila mwezi analipa milioni 250, na assembly anaipatia milioni kama 50. Unakuta ile hela sinabakia pesa kidogo. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, mimi naona hizi pesa haisitoshi. Pia unakuta katika kazi ya county kama Embu, zile hela unakuta inafaa kila shule ya mchingi yote iwe na ECD moja, na unakuta hakuna pesa ya kufanya hiyo kazi. Unakuta hiyo hela haisitoshi, unakuta inafaa kila mashinani, kila location ama location ndogo iwe na maji ya kulima, mambo ya kulima, na hiyo pesa ndio inafaa iangalie hata mambo ya mifugo. Pia hiyo hela inafaa iangalie mambo mengi. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema Mr. Speaker, ile hela haitoshi, na pia ile hela unakuta katika kaunti nyingi, asua kaunti ya Embu, unakuta mambo ya hospitali, unakuta wananchi na wale walituchagua mashinani kwa sababu ya ile pesa ile tunapata unakuta katika Embu County ni kidogo, kwa sababu unakuta tukipatia governor zile pesa ikienda Embu County alikuta pending bill ya bilioni 2,200,000 unakuta. Kwa hivyo unakuta zile pesa haitoshi. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, nataka kusema wale watu tutachagua waende wakaongea, nataka kusema wawe na usunja ya kuzungumzia kaunti zetu, kwa sababu kaunti zetu zimeumia. Na unaona magavana wengi wamejaribu kusaidia kaunti, lakini unaona tukiwapatia hela kidogo kama vile inapitishwa bilioni 380 inakuwa ni kidogo na bilioni 5 ile tulikuwa tumepeana mwaka jana. Kama sasa unakuta kaunti nyingi itakuta haitafanya kazi mzuri ile nafaa. Mr. Speaker, ukiangalia kama county government ya Embu, unakuta governor mwaka uliopita kwa ile governor wa zamani alikuwa anaokota milioni 400, na saa hii serikali iliyoko katika wakati huu imejaribu sana kutoka milioni 400 ifike milioni 750. Kwa hivyo sisi tukiwa hapa, tukiwa maseneta, ningesema maseneta wote tuungane pamoja, tupinge yale serikali kuu ya national ikiwa pia ile pesa ikiwa inakaliwa chini na MPs. Ile pesa wametupatia, tupinge ile bilioni 380, tuseme ni kidogo, kwa sababu hao MP wanatupatia hizo pesa. Tumesikia wengi wakisema magavana wafanyi kazi. Ningetaka kuambia MP wote katika Kenya mzima, mambo ya kuangalia mambo ya kazi sio mambo ya MP, ni mambo yetu tukiwa maseneta. Tukisema for example, kama tukiangalia kama sasa county, hata kama tunatetea mambo ya pesa, wamekuwa na shinda hata ya kulipa misahara. Unakuta kaunti nyingi, ikiwa moja ni kaunti ya Embu, Mr. Speaker, unakuta pesa inakaa kama miezi 3. Kama sasa Mr. Speaker, kutoka Julai, mwezi wa 7, mwezi wa 8, mwezi wa 9, unakuta Treasury hainjapeana pesa katika kaunti zetu, ikiwa kaunti ya Embu, unakuta magavana wanaumia sana. Kwa hiyo ningeomba serikali kuu iweze kupatia magavana pesa ile inafaa. Mr. Speaker, tukiangalia kama ni MPs, unakuta constituency moja MP amepatiwa milioni 150. Hapo anaongezewa milioni 60 ya parapara. Hapo tumesikia njuzi wameongezewa milioni kama 50 ya kuweka stima na uwezo fund. Sasa unakuta wamepatiwa pesa nyingi, na unakuta sisi tunatetea ukatusi, unakuta magavana wananyimwa pesa. Kwa mimi nikiwa senator wa Embu County, mimi napinga mara 100 mambo ya hiyo pesa, wapatiwe ile pesa tulipitisha bilioni 400, kwa sababu sisi tuko hapa kutetea mwananchi ambaye ule yako masinani. Mr. Speaker, mpaka tuangalie sisi tukiwa maseneta 67 tuamuke na tutetee devolution, kwa sababu pesa nyingi ile tuliwapatia tulikuwa tunatarajia ifike bilioni 425, lakini tuwapatia bilioni 400. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kupinga ile pesa imepatiwa ukatusi. Hiyo ingine, magavana mimi naunga mkono wote, hata kama kuna wengine wako na shinda kidogo, lakini aswa magavana akina mama ni yako kwa nyinyi. Kama na gavana ambaye ni wa kutoka Embu, gavana mwingine kutoka huko Omambe, mandamu wa gavana wa Omambe, umefanya kazi mzuri sana. Wewe umetusaidia kuonyesha kuinua wakina mama muendee hivyo, na tutaunga mkono ile kazi yenu mnafanya. Hiyo ingine nataka kusema magavana wengine akina mama na wale akina wazee waangalie ile kazi imefanywa na gavana wa Omambe na gavana wa Embu, wanaendelea kufanya kazi nzuri. Kwa hiyo Mr. Speaker, mimi napinga kabisa ukatusi, ipatiwe pesa ile ya kutosha. Hii pesa ya CDF, sina shinda mambo ya pesa ya CDF, lakini MPs uangalie ile kazi inafanywa masinani, na unakuta shinda ya gavana, kama ni mama anataka mtoto, anapata mtoto, anapelekwa hospitali. Kama ni watoto wa ECD, hakuna shule, mambo mingi, hiyo pesa haitoshi. Mambo ya maji, unakuta magavana wengi saa hii wako na vita ati wafanye kazi. Kama ukienda kwa magavana wako na shida nyingi. Kwa hivyo nataka Mr. Speaker kupinga ile pesa tulipeana bilioni 400 governor counties siweze kupatiwa. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mudigi. Senator Chimera Raphael.
Asante Bispika kwa fursa hii niweze kupeana changizo yangu katika mswada huu wote. Bispika, mimi naunga mkono mswada huu, lakini kwa masikitiko makubwa sana Bispika. Kwa masikitiko kwa sababu Bispika, nafikiri bunge hili lilipata fursa hapo awali kuweza kupitisha ile fedha ambayo kwamba inakwenda katika kaunti zetu. Kaunti yangu ya Kwale ikiwemo, Bwana Spika. Bispika, kumradhi. Na mswada huu Bispika, tumepoteza nafikiri takriban bilioni 20. Tuliweza kupitisha bilioni 400 hapo awali, na naona katika ile orodha ya fedha nayo kwenda kwa kaunti zetu katika mwaka wa kifedha wa serikali mwaka huu Bispika ni bilioni 380, ambapo kwamba tunaona kuna upungufu wa bilioni 20. Bispika, ni wazi bayana kwamba magavana wetu wanapata tabu sana na dhiki katika utendakazi wao kwa sababu ya ile shida yote ya fedha nchini mwetu. Miradi mbalimbali imeweza kusimama, na hata jana nafikiri seneta kutoka kaunti ya Machakos aliweza kuleta hoja ndani ya bunge hili kuhusu hali halisi na ya utathmini ya miradi mbalimbali katika kaunti zetu. Bwana Spika, ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona kwamba kila siku, kila kukicha, gavana ukimuuliza ni kwa nini mradi fulani umekwama. Kwa mfano kwetu Kwale utapata kuna miradi hata basari ambapo tunapeana hundi ya fedha kwa wanafunzi wetu katika ule mpango wetu mzima wa elimu ni sasa initiative. Bispika, mpango ule kwa sasa una hatihati, wanafunzi wetu hawawezi kwenda shuleni kwa sababu serikali yetu ya kaunti haina fedha. Vile vile tumepania miradi tofauti tofauti ikiwemo kuweza kuboresha barabara zetu, kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba huduma za afya hususan tunayo hospitali yetu ya kaunti ya Kinango ambayo kwamba imeleta joto sana pale kaunti ya Kwale. Utapata huduma pale zimesambaratika, huduma pale imeweza kudorora, wagonjwa wanapata tabu, madaktari pia morali imekwenda chini, na sio kwamba ni mapenzi ya wale ambao wako katika uongozi katika kaunti zile, lakini ni hali hii yote ya fedha. Naona kwamba tunaipatia serikali zetu gatuzi fedha kidogo, na niweze tu kuomba ombi kwa serikali kuu ya kwamba ugatuzi ni kitu ambacho kinatufaidi sisi kama Wakenya, na sote tulilikubali kama Wakenya kwamba tutaleta ugatuzi ndio ili Mkenya aweze kupata faida maradufu pale mashinani. Si jambo la sawa na ni jambo la kutisha kuona kwamba serikali kuu inazinyima serikali zetu za ugatuzi fedha hata kama hamna fedha. Lakini nafikiri nina imani kwamba uongozi wa sasa waweze kutafuta suluhu na namna gani ambapo kwamba watahakikisha kwamba serikali za ugatuzi zinapata fedha zaidi na fedha ya kutosha kulipa madeni yao, kusukuma miradi katika nyanjani. Sio sawa kuwanyima fedha kwa sababu ya hii hali yote ya kifedha nchini. Mimi nina imani kwamba tukipunguza haya masuala yote ya ubadilifu wa fedha, masuala yote ya kuhakikisha kwamba pesa inaibiwa katika serikali kuu, na kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wanachukua ushuru na wanatafuta fedha ya kitaifa na umma inapatikana kwa haraka iwezekanavyo, na tumeweza kuhakikisha kwamba imepatikana na magavana wanapewa fedha. Kwa sababu ikiwa tutanyamaza hapa kama maseneta, hatupigi kelele na kila saa tunapitisha tu sheria ambayo inawahujumu magavana, nafikiri sio sawa. Hawa magavana hawa tunawalaumu, lakini wanahitaji kupewa fedha ya kutosha ndio ili ugatuzi uweze kuonekana kweli unafanya kazi katika kaunti zetu. Asante sana Bispika kwa fursa hii. Mimi ninaunga mkono mswada huu, lakini bado pia nina hatihati. Asante bwana Bispika.
Senator Ogola Beatrice Akinyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the word go, I want to emphasize that more money should be taken to our counties, Madam Speaker. So the issue of a proposal that the 400 billion that we had voted for as a Senate to be
taken to the counties to be reduced does not arise, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of devolution was supported massively in this country because the basis of devolution was that services should be taken closer to the people. And Madam Speaker, our people down at the levels of the grassroots do not care whether services are going to be given by counties or by the national government. For the people of Kenya, all they want are services to them. Services that range from health, the provision of water, access roads, and all services that they require, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we debate this, we must take into consideration that over 80% of the monies we have in this country remain at the hands of the national government. So, Madam Speaker, the little that is taken to the counties, and for this matter, the 400 billion that was discussed should never, ever be touched, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the word go, at the onset of devolution, the services that were taken to the counties under the Schedule 4 were not costed. But they remain very heavy services, Madam Speaker. If you look at health and the investment that should be made at health, Madam Speaker, it is so much. Madam Speaker, we have water. For the provision for services of water to be given to our people is at a cost. We are not here looking at small investment of water that even counties do at the level of 2 million or 1 million, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, even the water investment that the national government do leaves out the idea of distributing this water once an investment has been done. And so the whole infrastructure of distributing this water to our people, Madam Speaker, is left to the counties. Madam Speaker, we've often heard when no monies have been taken to the counties, our people get stranded at the health centers, at the dispensaries, and at the hospitals for lack of medicine, Madam Speaker. And that is the reason why I rise here to support the fact that the 400 billion that we debated and approved here should not be touched, Madam Speaker. If there is a shortfall, as there is, the national government must meet that shortfall, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just recently, we have had issues of disasters. Just a few months ago, we were confronted with massive floods in this country. And attending to the issue of this disaster was not only limited to the national government. Where there were flood challenges, we saw the contribution, and our people expected the counties to reach them even faster because the counties are closer to our people. If the counties are not given adequate money, Madam Speaker, even the 400 billion we are talking about here is not enough for the countries. How will our people be attended to when there are such disasters as floods? And in this country, we know that as soon as we deal with the issue of floods, at the next few months, then we are going to deal with the issue of droughts. And with droughts, Madam Speaker, comes a number of challenges, because there will be no water for domestic use. There will not be water for use by even livestock keepers. And Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, that calls for the counties to have money to attend to these disasters. These disasters are not only limited to floods or drought. Just the other day, we saw the issue of fire outbreaks. And Madam Speaker, with the upcoming urban centers in our counties, the counties are going to deal with also upsurge of issues of fire. Madam Speaker, some of the services that the counties have to perform, an example, if you come to the roads department, the roads that we call county roads, that the counties have a mandate to open up and maintain. Madam Speaker, historically, we know these are the roads that have been undeveloped for a number of years since independence. And these are the key roads. These are roads that our people use in the wards, from ward to ward, from a village to village. And if they are not opened, Madam Speaker, then our counties cannot grow. And as a people and as leaders, we need these counties to not only be opened, but also to be maintained. Madam Speaker, when you come to education, we all come from some village, and we have a picture of the state of our early childhood classes, what we call ECDs, or currently referred to as centers, Madam Speaker. As a country, we should be proud of how our ECD centers look. And all this requires some investment and some development that can only be done by the county governments. Madam Speaker, in our counties, there are upcoming markets, upcoming towns, upcoming municipalities. In my own county, there are almost over 2 municipalities that were conferred the status of municipality, but there's no money that they receive from the World Bank, as other municipalities do receive, Madam Speaker. And that means that the county government of Homa Bay has to get resources to sustain this municipality. One of them is my one municipality, Mdewa municipality, which is my home municipality. We need access roads in that municipality, Madam Speaker. We need a water system running in that municipality, Madam Speaker. We need sewerage system running in Dewa town, as it was graded as a municipality, Madam Speaker. We need street lights in that town, Madam Speaker. We need that town, Ndewa municipality, to have the right investment that makes it compete with other municipalities, not only in the county of Homa Bay, but in other counties as well, Madam Speaker. And all this can be done by the county government only if they have money. Some of the services we need are access, as I've said, lighting, Madam Speaker, and all those services. But those services is at a cost. So, Madam Speaker, I want to go on record that the counties must be given their 400 billion that we debated here. And Madam Speaker, if there is any shortfall, Madam Speaker, the national government must meet that shortfall, because they keep over 85% of the revenue of this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, thank you, Senator Beatrice. Senator Adandulo Fatuma. Oh, she's gone. Oh, she's still. There is no other senator wishing to contribute, so I will ask Senator Boni Halwale to check whether you want to reply to the motion. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to reply, and in reply, I want to thank the House for standing with the committee. Madam Speaker, several people have spoken, and it is instructive that only one senator has disagreed with the committee, and that is Senator Chimera. Madam Speaker, I would like to appeal to Senator Chimera. When it comes to voting, you should join the rest of the members of the House, because we cannot, as a chamber, entertain any possibility of taking away money which has been granted through law to the counties of Kenya. Madam Speaker, many senators have truly enlightened the committee, and I want to applaud the contribution of the Senator of Nairobi. The Senator of Nairobi said something which appeared that I had not reflected on. He said that according to the Constitution, there shall be an annual division of revenue bill. An annual, meaning, as he said, that this bill can only come before this chamber once every year. So if we attempt to entertain this amendment that amends Section 5, we shall therefore, in effect, be bringing the division of revenue bill twice before this chamber. Madam Speaker, therefore, we would be opening ourselves up to the possibility of litigious Kenyans, and there are many these days, taking our decision here to the High Court, and we shall lose. Because their position will simply be that the Constitution says there shall be an annual division of revenue bill. And the court will say, yeah, you're right. They have made it twice, and therefore they have contravened the Constitution. I would like to request our members in the National Assembly to bear with this reality and honestly allow the 400.16 billion to pass. Madam Speaker, there are many areas in ministries of government, in departments of government, and within the agencies of government where rationalization can be done so that this 20 billion can be found, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, members of the public might not be knowing that members of parliament are given a whooping 80 million shillings to attend to roads. 80, Madam Speaker, times 290. It provides a colossal sum of money that would be room for a saving. Madam Speaker, they are similarly given money as bursaries, where, again, if this is reversed, it can create room during this difficult year. Madam Speaker, members of the county, the National Assembly, have now faced the consequences of perpetuating the national government Constituency Development Fund, which the courts found last week, or was it, last week, that it was unconstitutional. We need to reflect around this. My take is that we should empower the constituency officers of members of parliament for oversight, but not for discharging executive roles. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I do wish to reply and wish to request that pursuant to Standing Order number 66.3, the putting of this question be put at a different time for reasons operational. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. I direct that the putting of question in respect of the motion that was being debated be deferred to tomorrow's session at 2:30. Next order.
Order number 17, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 46 of 2023, second reading.
Senator Jonas Mwaruma is not here, so this motion will be deferred. Next order.
Order number 18, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 49 of 2023, second reading. Order number 19, the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 53 of 2023, second reading.
Senator Mariam Sheikh Omar, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move the Cooperative Society Bill, Senate Bill 53 of 2023 to read second time. Madam Speaker, under the Constitution of Kenya, the regulation cooperative society is concurrence function between national and the county level of the government. The paragraph 7E of the part 2 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution provide that the trade, development, and regulations include cooperative society as a function which fall under the county government. This means that the governance of the primary cooperative society is bestowed upon the county government. Upon the other hand, the national government is mandated to come up with a national policy on regulation of cooperative society. It is also prudent that the national government be responsible for regulation of the APIC society and the cooperative union because of their nature and vital role in economy of the country. Madam Speaker, the Cooperative Society number 12 of 1997 was enacted 1997 and came into operation in 1st June 1998. Clearly, enactment and commencement of this act precede the 2010 Constitution dispensation. This necessitates that the amendment of the Cooperative Society Act number 12 of 1997 to align it with the Constitution of 2010 and set out the respective function of the national government and of those of the county government regard the governance of the cooperative society. Madam Speaker, Clause 2 of the bill seeks to amend the Section 2 of the Act to broaden the definition of the cooperative society to include provisionally registered cooperative societies. It also seeks to update the terminology by removing the definition of the term ministry and insert a new definition as Cabinet Secretary, the County Executive Committee members, and the Director to align with the current administrative and structural change in the government. Madam Speaker, Clause 3 of the bill to seek to introduce Section 2A into a principal act which deletes the guiding principle of the cooperative society, including non-discrimination, voluntary, and open membership. democratic member control, autonomy, and independence. It also emphasizes in public participation, continuity training, and cooperations among the society, so it's concerning for greater community responsibility and commitment and equity in income distribution, all of which are designed to uphold the core values and effective governance of the cooperative society. Madam Speaker, Section 4, the Clause 4 of the bill introduced a new Part 1A to the Principal Act specifying the function and obligation of the national and the county government in promoting development and effective management of cooperative society in accordance with constitutional mandate. Madam Speaker, Section 5 of the bill introduced a new Section 3A into a Principal Act, rather after Section 3 establishing the office of the County Director of Cooperative as an office that should be within the county public service. The clause designates this office with a direct appointment by the county's executive committee member from existing public officer in the county service. Madam Speaker, additional personnel may be designated as necessary for the office efficient performance. The appointee of the director role must have a knowledge and experience in administrations and the management of cooperative society. Madam Speaker, Clause 6 amend the Section 4 of the Principal Act, revising the registrations process for cooperative society to align with the cooperative principle and regulation standard. Madam Speaker, legislate Section Clause 7 legislates detailed registration protocols for primary societies with defined steps, timelines, ensuring transparency and efficiency for a new applicant seeking registration. Madam Speaker, Clause 8 updates the Act by stipulating a clear registration process for cooperative union and APIC society with definitive 30 days decision period from the Commission. Clause 9 introduced a new Section 6A specifying the ground for rejecting the cooperative society registration and enhancing governance and compliance standard. Madam Speaker, Clause 10 amend Section 7 permitting provisional registration of the society for up to year-specific condition aimed at facilitating their path toward full compliance. Madam Speaker, Clause 11 add a new Clause 7A section in the Principal Act, enabling the Commissioner to suspend or cancel registration for serious infractions, implementing robust oversight mechanism. Madam Speaker, Section 12 and 13 revised the amendment procedure for society bylaws and established a structured appeal process for cooperative society dissatisfying with administrative decision. Madam Speaker, Section 14 and 220 enhance the director involving in management and administrative decision, ensuring the roles are recognized alongside the Commissioner in the Act. Madam Speaker, Clause 21 and 22 streamline approval process for the society amalgamations and divisions with focus on compliance and timely decision. Madam Speaker, Clause 23 propose increased penalties within the Act to determine, effect, and amend, and aiming to ensure adherence to the cooperative guidelines. Madam Speaker, Clause 24 to 30 empower the commissioner or the director to intervene in various operational aspects of the cooperative society, including liquidation, inquisite, and financial inquiries, in reinforcing governance and accountability. Madam Speaker, clause 31 to 33 rather, further integrates the director's role into existing framework of the Act, affording them the joint responsibility with the Commissioner in a specific context. Madam Speaker, clause 34 reformulates the condition for dissolving the cooperative society, while clause 35 and 36 repeal outdated section of the Principal Act. Madam Speaker, the clause 37 amend the Principal Act by replacing the section 64 with a new provision, new provisions that apply specific section of Insolvency Act, as modified by schedule to the Act, to liquidation of the cooperative society in the same way they should apply in registered company. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary is also given authority to amend schedule by order, with this clause 38 and 39 given authority to a commissioner or a director to appoint liquidator. Madam Speaker, 40 to 43 clause address liquidation process and the authority vested in the commissioner and the director over this procedure, emphasizing the regulatory roles. Madam Speaker, clause 44, 47 to 47 increase, rather clause 44 to 47 introduce penalties for malpractice and outline the accountability measures for individual managing the cooperative society. Madam Speaker, 48 to 53 clause discuss the establishment, function, and flexibility of the cooperative tribunal, enhancing its capacity to handle disputes and appeal effectively. Madam Speaker, 54 and 55 detail remuneration of the tribunal members and appointment of secretary to ensure the body's effective operations. Madam Speaker, 54 and 57 empower Judicial Service Commission to establish tribunal branches in the counties, while clauses 58 through 63 rather, update terminologies throughout the Act. This amendment reflects a shift toward gender-neutral language and comparably the title in replacing the minister with the cabinet secretary and the chairman with the chairperson. Madam Speaker, 64 to 66 clause clarify the role of the director and the transition power to the director of the public prosecution. Madam Speaker, as you noted from the remark on the bill, the proposed amendment to the Cooperative Society Act number 12 of 1997 are vital to align with the statutory framework with the Constitutional of 2010 and enhance the governance of the cooperative societies. This change clarify the concurrent roles of the national and the county government, streamline registration and regulation process, and promote standardized tribunal procedures. With this amendment, we aim to strengthen the cooperative sector level structure, allowing it to better contribute to the Kenyan's socio-economic growth within a robust, transparent, and accountability framework. Madam Speaker, with those few main remarks, and main amendment of the Cooperative Society of 1997, I now, Madam Speaker, I now beg to move and request Senator Cherargei to second. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the onset, I want to congratulate Senator Sheikh Omar. She's continuing to distinguish herself as one of the prolific legislator of this session. And I'm happy she has brought a very serious bill that as a house, all of us 67 should be here. Because most of our farming community and most Kenyans, even here in Senate, Madam Speaker, we depend on the livelihood of cooperative societies. Even Chair, Madam Speaker, personally I'm a member of LSK Sacco Society. Myself, when I went to school, both primary, especially secondary school, in the great schools of African Sons and Gentlemen of Kapsabet Boys High School, which are produced the two presidents, the late retired President Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, and the current President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, and of course yours truly, were the products of the great Kapsabet Boys and Gentlemen High School. And my school fees was paid largely through Mwalimu Sacco, because my mother was a teacher for a very long time. So I can imagine if we didn't have societies, maybe I didn't have a privilege or honor to attend my high school, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is also what to state on the floor of the House, Madam Speaker, that I'm immediately formally the Vice Chairperson of Parliamentary Sacco Society, Madam Speaker, for the last 2 years. And the other day, in the principle of democracy, I allowed another Vice Chairperson to take over. Madam Speaker, currently I sit as a Director of Parliamentary Sacco Society, Madam Speaker. And therefore, and that Sacco, members will tell you that the Sacco we run here in Parliament, both Bunge Sacco, Parliamentary Sacco, Madam Speaker, is very critical to welfare and the economic, social, economic interest of our members, Madam Speaker. Because under 2 hours, I don't think there is any other efficient Sacco in the Republic of Kenya or Africa or the world where your financial request is processed within 2 hours. Madam Speaker, those are reforms that I and my colleagues have done in the board of Parliamentary Sacco in building the basis of my argument in seconding this wonderful motion, Madam Speaker. So Sacco is an integral part of each and every Kenyan in this republic, Madam Speaker, from farmers, professionals, Madam Speaker, and many others. And therefore, although I saw a story, I don't know whether they pick it from SASRA, the regulatory that regulates cooperative society, that our loans as Parliamentary Sacco is exposed to the tune of 64 billion, which is unsecured. Many people don't know that Parliamentary Sacco in itself, Madam Speaker, where a number of us are members, and I sit as director, I've told you I was the former vice chair of that board, Madam Speaker, is our loan is tailor-made to be secured within the 5 years. And we don't give our loans below the deposit that you give as a member, as a Parliamentary Sacco. And I want to challenge, I'm happy the Commissioner is working into the floor of the House, the Parliamentary Sacco Commission, that even in Bunge Sacco or Pacoso, Madam Speaker, is that the Parliamentary Sacco Commission should not allow members to take or not to allow to be deducted from their payroll to enjoy the privilege of PACAS, Madam Speaker. So what I saw in Business Daily is misleading, Madam Speaker, and I think they should get their facts right. Because as a society that assists members, I've told you, Madam Speaker, this is a Parliamentary Sacco that within 2 hours you can have your cash in your bank account. I have not come across any other. Madam Speaker, even where I come from, I know you come from also from a farming community. We rely heavily on SACCOs, from dairy ones tea, coffee SACCOs, the Kipsiele Cooperative Society in Tindred. I have Lel Chega in Mosoria, Chesumei Sub-County. I have Kapia Dairies Cooperative Society, Madam Speaker. Many societies, a number of them, Madam Speaker, that continue, even Koilot, Madam Speaker, that runs the dairy farming in Nandi Sub-County. I have Mwalimu Sacco and Boresha Sacco that run and assist our profession. Even LSK, I'm a member of LSK Sacco Society, Madam Speaker, where you and Senior Council and Senator Sike are members of it, Madam Speaker, but you know Senator Sike looks more wealthier, so I don't know whether he needs Sacco, because Sacco, Madam Speaker, always come in handy. You and me know. SACCO has always been our last resort, especially when you are facing financial problems, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and therefore, SACCOs are very critical. Madam Speaker, I can give the House very brief statistics as I second and celebrate the good work done by Senator Sheikh Omar, is that, and I hope to see her elected next time, especially from the region she comes from. Madam Speaker, and of course, she's a committed member. I'm the Vice Chairperson of Senate Public Accounts Committee. She is one of my committed members of Public Accounts Committee. Madam Speaker, by the latest report, is that the cooperative societies that we have registered in Kenya, because we are amending the Cooperative Societies Act of CAP 490 that was revised in 2012, and we are doing this, the membership of cooperative societies was 25,050 in the country. Madam Speaker, the membership of these SACCOs across the country is 14 million. How many are we? We are around 50 million Kenyans. So it is good to know that almost half of Kenyans are members of SACCOs across our country, Madam Speaker. What is the effect to the economy? Madam Speaker, 30% of national savings come from SACCOs. That is close to 7.3 billion Kenyan shillings, Madam Speaker, or 700 million US dollars. That is very critical, which means if 14 million Kenyans are saving 7.3 billion through SACCOs, we can make astronomical growth, Madam Speaker, in terms of increasing both primary SACCOs in our villages through the farming sectors, Madam Speaker, and even I know teachers, Madam Speaker. I have told you I'm a beneficiary of Mwalimu Sacco and the Sacco that assisted teachers. And I think teachers are doing very well. Even, Madam Speaker, I am surprised that the police Sacco is one of the best run Saccos in the country, Madam Speaker. We have the teacher Sacco, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while at it, Madam Speaker, I saw the communication by the new Cabinet Secretary of Education. I don't know his name. Is it called Julius Mikosi or somebody? The new CS of Education. Julius Mikosi, Madam Speaker, I think so.
Do you wish to be informed?
Yes,
by
yes, please,
Senator?
on the name only.
Senator Omugeni seems more informed on the subjects.
Yes, first, you know, Madam Speaker, it's embarrassing to the legal profession that Senator Cherargei, who is a lawyer, does not know the full names of a senior lawyer, like the CS Education. Madam Speaker, CS Education, for information, is called Julius Migosi Ogamba. And is your senior in the profession. You ought to have known his full names, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume Senator Cherargei was having a problem with the pronunciation.
Correct.
I heard him speak out the name, but the pronunciation was all upside down.
Sorry,
Senator Cherargei.
my apologies, I'm well informed. You know the reason I might not know him, he has never represented me in my legal troubles. If I had legal troubles mentioning Senator Sige and Senator Okongo Omugeni, then it would be a big deal. But I'm happy to be informed. The new CS of Education, Julius Migosi Okamba, a lawyer, of course. Madam Speaker, I was disappointed by his statement yesterday. Yes, the University of Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I was a bit jittery and uncomfortable over the statement he made yesterday, Madam Speaker. Because I'm informed he's also a classmate to Senator William Cheptumo. Madam Speaker, I was wondering, because the statement he made yesterday, while I did because teachers depend on SACCO, that the junior secondary schools, 46,000 need to apply afresh to TSC for employment. That is a divisive statement. Madam Speaker, when the appropriation was being passed in the National Assembly, we agreed that 19 billion to 19 billion should be allocated to confirm, not to apply, to confirm junior secondary schools in turns to transit from contract to permanent and pensionable. So, Madam Speaker, I hope the CS can clarify, because I am not having peace. My colleagues or members of parliament, including senators, are not having peace, because they're asking us, as junior secondary schools, Madam Speaker, we want to transit to permanent and pensionable. And I hope, since they come from with the same community, with Senior Counsel Senator Okongo Mugeni and his colleague, kindly whisper to him as you discuss that statement did not come out very well, and I hope he can rectify that. Because, Madam Speaker, we know TSC is an epitome of corruption, and we would not want to go to that direction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the member, the agenda of SACCO, Madam Speaker, is to protect members' interests and social economic welfare. Madam Speaker, many members who apply to PACASO have seen my signature in their checks, and I'm proud to rescue them in their financial distress and problems sometimes as PACASO. And I want to encourage more members to join PACASO, because I have told you 2 hours. If ground if ground is on fire, we can always be, you are the best option. Even when the PSC, Parliamentary Circle, delay in our exchequer releases, Madam Speaker, we always come in rescue and assist, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue, for the information of the House, because we are discussing cooperative societies, the first cooperative society that was registered in February 1931 was Kenya Creameries Cooperative Society, KCC. Nowadays they call it New KCC. While KCC is facing a lot of troubles, Madam Speaker, it was one of the first registered, Madam Speaker. When I was growing up, there was a lot of milk. There was payment by KCC. Our fathers, our mothers, our grandfather used to work to marshals and buy brand new 504 Pujo, Madam Speaker, with money, when farming was rewarding. Nowadays, to be a farmer, brokers are eating more, middlemen are eating more than farmers. Madam Speaker, farmers are suffering. So in this new KCC, and I want to celebrate what we have done as a parliament, that in this financial year, Madam Speaker, we have appropriated 1.5 billion as a revolving fund to new KCC, Madam Speaker, to ensure we pay 53 shillings, Madam Speaker, to the farmer per litre. I am happy the President has said, out of 53 shillings, 3 shillings will go to cooperative societies that are used to run farmers' dairy products. And I'm happy, because that 3 shillings, Madam Speaker, that 3 shillings will be very critical in running the circles across the country. Madam Speaker, one of the challenges that you face both in Murima or Mount Kenya and Rift Valley over the coffee issues, Madam Speaker, is also the running of, Madam Speaker, is 1931. Kenya Farmers Association was formed, KFA. My people call it KFA because of how you pronounce Madam Speaker, was very instrumental in the growth of farming in our community. You would see everything, KFA everywhere, used to pay school fees and what have you, Madam Speaker. Even as we talk, another one critical was also the collapse of the corporate coffee society, Madam Speaker. There was in 1937 the formation of Kenya Planters Cooperative Union, Madam Speaker. That was critical, Madam Speaker. All these cooperative societies that belong, even the crisis we have over coffee cooperative societies in the country. I've told you, for example, we have one in Kipchele Cooperative Society in Tindre Sub-County, Madam Speaker. These societies are facing financial challenges and financial troubles simply because, Madam Speaker, simply because of mismanagement, corruption, and also the limited liability of some of these circles. And that is why I expected DCI by now. They should tell us who has been eating the cooperative society's money from Kenyans, Madam Speaker, and they should be arrested and prosecuted. Madam Speaker, while I appreciate, we have seen even Mumia Sugar Company and others, cooperative societies, outgrowers of sugar cane. Madam Speaker, whenever there is bailout of millions of shillings, Madam Speaker, where do this money come from? It is you and me who pay taxes to pay back bailouts for cooperative societies, yet the directors who ate the money have stashed their money in Cayman Islands, Madam Speaker, in Switzerland, in some tax havens that we don't know, Madam Speaker, in this republic. Madam Speaker, the essence and the cooperative society as we review, I want to thank Senator Sheikh Omar because the gist of this bill, Madam Speaker, is to clean up the bill of cooperative societies as was revised in 2012 and ensure the cooperative society is aligned with devolution, Madam Speaker. I'm happy the introduction of new chapters has tried to align because cooperative society is a co-shared function. I know, Madam Speaker, for the information, when we talk about Apex society, it is a national level. That is what we call Apex society. We have cooperative union, Madam Speaker. Cooperative unions means that its membership is restricted to primary societies. Primary societies, Madam Speaker, means it is restricted to individuals within the society, Madam Speaker. All this, Madam Speaker, will ensure there is accountability. Madam Speaker, I'm happy that they will be county director of cooperatives, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I agree we need to do cleanup of legislative interventions in the country, Madam Speaker. We need to still continue to do cleanup. Because now cooperative societies are in machinani, and therefore the introduction of the county director of cooperatives is very critical because issues of agriculture are more devolved. Others, there are SACCOs, Madam Speaker. We know of Matatu SACCO in various places, Madam Speaker, like in Kapsabet, although it's sad to say that in Kapsabet, SACCO Matatus that operate between Eldoret, Kapsabet, Chavakali, towards Vihiga, towards Kisumu, don't have a good bus terminus. Because, Madam Speaker, when you go to Kapsabet, it has not been put at a standard. The governor has refused to ensure that there is an ultra-modern bus terminal within Kapsabet town. And it is sitting next to the Kapsabet market, where that market, there is no sanitary facilities, there is no toilets, it is very dirty, Madam Speaker, there is no electricity. The Mamamboga are putting their produce on the ground, which endangers our people from diseases that are communal or diseases that are not sanitary, Madam Speaker. So the appointment of a cooperative society director of the county is very critical and will ensure, Madam Speaker, the registration of primary societies, especially, Madam Speaker, by ensuring that we go, Madam Speaker, we go into various issues in terms of registration. I think, colleague senators, through the Speaker, if we want our economy to be strong in the country, Madam Speaker, did I see Senator Okiya Mutata? Oh, sorry, I thought I saw Senator Okiya Mutata. Madam Speaker, if we want to grow the wealth of our people, and I know the region you come from, they have known the secret of SACCOs, from both Matatu, farming, and many others. When you go to Mount Kenya region, even where Senator Mundigi, the spokesperson in Quads of Mount Kenya East, will tell you there are so many SACCOs that belong to tea, that belong to coffee, Madam Speaker. A number of them, because I'm told that seat went a long time ago. Madam Speaker, those regions that have SACCOs, especially people from Mount Kenya, have known the essence and the importance of SACCOs. And that is why they are able, even we used to have Sirgoek Cooperative Society, where even when you go to Eldoret town, that was it that started 40, 50 years ago, are owning serious buildings, Madam Speaker. Even our communities from northern part of Kenya, Madam Speaker, they normally do, even the Indian community normally run generational wealth in a level like the SACCOs. And like, for example, I think Cooperative Bank of Kenya started as a society, it has transited to the bank, Madam Speaker, and I think that is very important. So the primary society, I'm happy it has been simplified, Madam Speaker, because I'll make 4 comments. The primary society has been simplified for registration for any person, especially even wakulima who understand, because the average age of a farmer is 50 years. Kumba, I was right, I had seen Senator Okiya Mutata, Madam Speaker. I thought he is in court challenging the appointment of Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja. Madam Speaker, when you look at clause number 7 on compliance, this is just a matter of procedure to clean up the bill, the cooperative society, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of certificate of registration or provision, I think that is very critical in issuance of those to primary. In fact, I'm happy that the timeline that has been given Director of Cooperative Society has been given to ensure that there is time limit in terms of issuance to the certificate, Madam Speaker, as provision of that clause, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the role of Director of Cooperative Society in counties is to create civic education, to ensure, Madam Speaker, that all farmers are given the proper and accountability. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is to ensure oversight. I have insisted the biggest underbelly, the soft underbelly, Madam Speaker, just give me 30 seconds, Madam Speaker, to second properly. The biggest threat, in conclusion, Madam Speaker, the biggest threat to cooperative societies.
You have 1 minute, Senator.
Thank you. And who is saying no? Madam Speaker, the biggest threat to cooperative societies is corruption and mismanagement by the people who manage cooperative societies. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, while I congratulate Senator Sheikh Omar for providing this prolific, very concise and precise bill towards cleanup and enhancement of cooperative society, it is my honor, pleasure, single duty, with a lot of honor and privilege, Madam Speaker, to therefore second this bill, the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill 2023. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Cooperative Societies Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 53 of 2023, be now read a second time. This motion is now open for debate, and I want to give the first chance to Senator Sigei Wakili. Sigei Wakili to contribute to this motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to contribute to this very important amendment to the bill. And before I, Madam Speaker, speak to the bill, I want to applaud my sister, Senator Mariam, for taking the bold step and seeking to amend this very old act to align it with the Constitution. Madam Speaker, you will note that at the point of the introduction by Senator Mariam, she indicated that the principal act first was enacted in 1997. It came into force in 1998, and that was prior to the enactment of the 2010 Constitution. And therefore, the present proposed amendments by Senator is first to align the provisions of that act with the Constitution of 2010 that brought in, among other things, devolved governments. And Madam Speaker, this is one of those very critical bills that will enhance the support, the coming together of various cooperatives of farmer societies, both at every small level at the county level, leading to the enactment of the Apex Society. Madam Speaker, the alien provisions which I would like to highlight in this particular amendment is the introduction of Part 1A to the bill. Madam Speaker, this section provides for the mandate of the national government and the county government. And in particular, Madam Speaker, the requirement that at the national level, there is need for the national government to establish national policy on the framework and standards for the development and growth of cooperative societies. Madam Speaker, this will include creation of also the maintenance, of register of approved audit firms in the cooperative sector, and further the development, among others, of intergovernmental relations. Madam Speaker, when you look at the role that the former Commissioner of Cooperatives, and now, of course, there is an amendment to replace Commissioner with Director, particularly because of the devolved government, the aspect with which we would require cooperatives to be managed is something that this act has tried to break down by sharing the roles in that particular Part 1A of the national government with that of the county government. Introduction of 2D also gives a breakdown of the roles of the county government, which was not there before. This, Madam Speaker, will ensure that at any given level of government, whether it is the county or the national, members who've come together, farmers who have decided to coalesce and set up an entity to support their businesses, their enterprises, or their farming activity, have got a place to manage those resources in form of a society which is governed by law. Madam Speaker, the introduction under the new Section 3A, which creates the office of a County Director of Cooperatives, is very critical in the sense that this particular office, though it currently exists, because I am aware that they are position of County Director of Cooperatives, but who reports to the CC of the relevant department or ministry at the county level. The office of the county director under this amendment has been given specific roles. It has been provided with who to report to, what role they are supposed to make or to do, especially with regards to the registration of cooperative societies, in this case, the primary cooperative society. The introduction of this particular position and also renaming will ensure that the management of cooperative societies at the county level is streamlined to the extent that if there are issues as regards registration, as regards the management, or any aspect that requires intervention at the county level, the members of a society or the society generally will have a place to go to report, and certain timelines have been provided for purposes of action that were not in existence in the previous act. Madam Speaker, under the 7th clause, that is clause 7 seeks to amend the act by introducing section 6A. Section 6A is the section that is relevant for the registration of now what we call primary society. In this case, Madam Speaker, it gives a requirement that for a society to be registered as a primary society, that is at the county level, it must comprise of not less than 10 members, where they will be required, among other things, to provide for the minutes, prescribed fee, copies of the bylaws that they will require, that will be required to have, information on the names, addresses, signature of the 10 members or more than 10 members for that matter, and that these members have met the requirements to come together and form a primary society. Of critical importance, Madam Speaker, is the requirement that the director is given specific timelines within which he or she is required, upon receipt of the application, to undertake the registration. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, there is an introduction of section 6A subsection 3 that gives the director a maximum of 20 days within which he or she is required to do what is described as pre-registration procedures. In this case, Madam Speaker, the director is given limited timeline for purposes of efficiency in terms of registration. I do know that various societies always would have challenges where upon putting in an application, they don't get any response, the registration takes longer than expected or ordinarily is expected and is reasonable, but this law will ensure that the director is supposed to undertake pre-registration procedures within a maximum of 20 days. That enhances efficiency. It encourages members also to reduce on the waiting period for purposes of registration. After the pre-registration procedures, that is 20 days, the director is required to submit that particular application to the commissioner within 7 days. The commissioner thereafter, under the provisions of the new section 6A subsection 6, is required, the commissioner is required within a period of 14 days to ensure that the society is registered. In total, Madam Speaker, and this is very critical, it's very important, in total, a society that is seeking to have it registered can have its certificate of registration within a maximum of 31 days. That is a very, very important provision in law that, besides efficiency, it encourages members to formalize their caucuses, to formalize their registration processes, and ensure that they can get the benefit of a registered entity. These 31 days, Madam Speaker, is now cast in law, and I fully support this particular provision. Further, Madam Speaker, as regards the provision of an apex society, there is also a time limit within which the commissioner is expected to undertake the registration, and the introduction of new section 6, subsection 4, where the commissioner is dissatisfied with the document submitted that the society is not fit for registration as applied. That communication must be done in writing within 30 days from the date of receipt of the application. That also limits the delay processes that we normally subject registration applications by cooperative societies. And in this case, if there is a requirement that has not been met by a society seeking to be registered, it takes only the commissioner a period of maximum 30 days to write back for purposes of that particular cooperative society to comply with the requirement. Failure to communicate, Madam Speaker, if the commissioner fails to register a cooperative society or fails to give reasons for rejecting that registration within a period of 30 days, the law says that society shall be deemed to have been registered. This is a sort of a default position that the law is setting on the office of the Commissioner of Societies, such that if the commissioner is delaying the registration process, or if there are delays in the communication, the law has given a default position such that if we don't get a communication within a period of 30 days, the society will by law be deemed to have been registered. That is a very important provision that safeguards the interest of societies that seeks to formalize their registration process. Madam Speaker, Clause 10 that seeks to amend Section 7 of the Principal Act provides for a very interesting requirement. That requires the director or the commissioner, in the event that there are certain boxes that have not been ticked by a society seeking to have itself registered, that director or the commissioner is in law allowed to give a provisional registration certificate, or rather a provisional registration. And in the provisional registration, the society is directed on the areas with which they have not complied with, so that within the timeline, the law gives them a period within which they are supposed to do, that is 14 days. Failure to do that, they are supposed, actually not 14 days, Madam Speaker, this a correction. The law gives them a period not exceeding 1 year to ensure that they comply with certain requirements that they could or they might not have applied as at the time of registration. That provisional registration, Madam Speaker, is also a very important step in facilitating the cooperative society to perform the functions of a society, to protect the interest of the members, to protect the interest of those who trade with the society, because as long as they have achieved a certain threshold, that provisional registration period of 1 year allows them to comply within that 1 year, failure to which then the law also sets a default position which will require of them to be deregistered or otherwise comply with the provision that with the requirement that the law had given to them. Madam Speaker, this is a very important law. We come from counties that farmers can only come together in what they do, whether it is milk. I come from Bomet County, where almost in every division there is a cooling plant for purposes of collecting milk from farmers, and from there moving it to the next step, and it is the societies that helps them to do it. The tea growing areas where we have tea factories, most of those members or farmers who harvest their produce to those factories have set up a number of cooperative societies. It has set up a number of groupings that coalesce together to ensure that they collect resources, including funds that they also utilize because they facilitate financial capacity of members who are farmers and members who are not necessarily farmers, but traders who trade with the farmers. In this case, for instance, we have got the Marisha Circle. That is one of the national circles that support farmers. It supports business community, it supports teachers, it supports every other person who either would trade as a society or as an individual or as a farmer. We've got a number of them in my county, Madam Speaker, and this law will not only support the enhancement of the farmers in terms of giving them capacity to get loan facilities or save the little they get, or get even places where they would be able to supply their produce and get payment within time. But beyond that, it also helps them to appreciate the need to come together. Madam Speaker, in further amendments to the Principal Act, Clause 25 of the Principal Act provides for the registration of charges. This is an area where most of the members, once they have taken a facility, for example, without a security, they are supposed to be registered in a way. This section, which seeks to introduce a requirement of the society to register charges, is important in protecting the assets of members as well as that of the society. Subsection 4 provides that failure to do it, this is a creation of an offense. What I would propose, and this I'll ask Senator Mariam to relook at, is the penalty that provision provides, where an officer of a cooperative society will commit an offense in the event of a failure to register a charge. The fine that is provided for in this law is a fine not exceeding 5,000 shillings for every day during which the default continues. I would propose that we could enhance the penalty that is payable for 3 reasons. One, it will ensure that it acts as a deterrent for purposes of non-compliance on the part of those who are responsible. And 2, it will also, being a little bit punitive, it should be higher. 5,000 is too little to act as a deterrent for someone to breach that requirement of the law. And if we can enhance that, it will serve the purpose for which the law is enacted. And Madam Speaker, as I end, I know this law is seeking to align its provisions with the Constitution. I am very sure at the end of this debate, there will be a number of proposals that can be made or that will be made by members to ensure that even as we seek to align it, we also update it to the latest developments in law, the latest developments in the sector of cooperative societies, and to ensure that the objective as laid out in section 3, or rather 2A of the Act, is fully complied with. Madam Speaker, as I support, I once again want to congratulate Senator for taking this very important bill to ensure that our farmers, our societies, our circles are fully aligned to the latest in the provisions of our Constitution. Madam Speaker, I support and thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I first want to thank the sponsor of this motion, this bill, rather, Senator Miriam, for thinking about the welfare of the farmers and business people of this country. Because, Madam Speaker, the main beneficiaries of this bill will not be just members of PACOSO, but our farmers, our business people, our bosses who have elected us into this House. Madam Speaker, I want to begin by joining Senator Cherage in giving my hearty congratulations to Senator Miriam, and also to encourage her that she has demonstrated her ability as a very good legislator and sponsor of bills. And I hope the people of Mandera have taken note, and in 2027 they will think about her positively, and we wish you well. Madam Speaker, the story that was in the Business Daily today is alarming and misleading, especially on the financial status of Pakoso. Pakoso is one of the strongest cooperative societies that we have in the country, one of the most healthy financially. Madam Speaker, any member of parliament will tell you that if you go to Pakoso, you apply for a loan, you will get that loan in a record 2 hours. I think everybody who is a member here can be a witness, can bear me witness. So when the Daily Business writes such an alarming story that portrays Pakoso negatively, that is the height of irresponsible journalism, especially from a newspaper that is owned by a respected media house like Nation. It's regrettable. And I hope, Madam Speaker, this matter was discussed today at a very high level within the leadership of Parliament and the management of Pakoso. I hope once the Business Daily gets communication, they'll correct the erroneous impression that was created. Madam Speaker, we all know that our loans in Pakoso are term-based. You cannot get a loan that is beyond your tenure in Parliament, which is normally 5 years, Madam Speaker. So the chances of defaulting are almost close to zero, Madam Speaker, because you must service your SACCO loan, finish it within that period. And when you apply, those who approve your loan will take that into account, Madam Speaker. So that story is misleading, unnecessarily alarming, and I want to appeal to members of Parliament not to be swayed by that negative coverage, but to continue supporting our strong SACCO, Pakoso, that has come to the aid of many of us. Even me, as I speak here, Madam Speaker, I've rushed to Pakoso, applied for emergency loan to pay fees for my children. I'm not like Senator Sigei, who I'm told is financially well endowed and doesn't need a SACCO. But some of us rely on that SACCO. So when I saw that story, I was the first person to call the chairman, Honorable Makau. And I asked him, what is this I'm reading? I don't think this is a true reflection of the financial position of Pakoso. I appeal to the journalist who wrote that story to always cross-check his facts before releasing such a story. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I was also talking to a Kenyan. When I was talking to the minister, to Honorable Makau, with a Kenyan who had come to see me in my office. And you know, there are some laws we pass on this floor, Madam Speaker, which are extremely damaging to the pockets of Kenyans without thinking. At times, even damage to our own staff who support us here. You know, that Kenyan told me, Madam Speaker, that the deductions from SHIF, which is at 2.75% of the gross salary of Kenyans, and 1.5% from the housing levy, Madam Speaker, has made some Kenyans to have negative net income. Because when they were applying these loans, there was no projection that a new taxation will come, okay, in form of SHIF and housing levy that will eat deep into pay slips of Kenyans. So as members of Parliament also, notwithstanding the party that sponsored us to this House, Mr. Speaker, we should legislate having in mind the interest of Kenyans, including, because I'm a commissioner, I know what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, including our own members of staff, Madam Speaker. There are people who have fallen into problems because they are not able to service their SACCO loans because of these very punitive levies that have been introduced into the pay slips. And Madam Speaker, the misfortune is this. these levies are based on gross salary, not net, gross salary. So if you earn 100,000, before pay comes in, there's that liability to shift to housing levy. And that's what's contributing to the default rate that we saw. So I am appealing to all of us, me included, Madam Speaker, that we be conscious that these laws that we pass affect many Kenyans, millions of Kenyans, Madam Speaker, both in government and in the informal sector. I hope we will have a mechanism as Parliament to always get a report that gives an implication on the negative effect a law will have on payslips of Kenyans. Having said that, Madam Speaker, the point I want to make on this law, Madam Speaker, is that the last time I read the Constitution, Senator Miriam, cooperatives is a devolved function. If you read the fourth schedule, Part 2, Section 7E, cooperatives are devolved function to our county governments. And why I'm saying this, Madam Speaker, is because budget or allocation of money follows functions. When we come up with a law like this, that seems to be giving a lot of responsibilities and duties to the minister, what that means that in budget making process, this will be factored, because there is a law that has been enacted by Parliament that has given the minister responsibilities. The minister needs staff. Minister needs to do supervision, the way you have said, is the one who will declare redundant cooperatives. He will automatically, in his budget request, say, look, we have new pieces of legislation that have been passed by Parliament that we need to implement as a ministry, so we need an increased allocation in our budget. Why, Madam Speaker, can't we trust our ministers at the county level? I mean, they may not be our friends. I have one in Yamira, luckily for me, is my friend, in charge of cooperatives, called Bernard Maina from North Mogrango, Mawawa Ward. That gentleman can take care of all the issues that have been mentioned here in running cooperatives. That way, we are able to put a strong case when we are sharing money to give more monies to counties. Honorable Cheptumo, why on earth should we, 13 years after the passage of the 2010 Constitution, come up with a law and you are still making reference to the minister for a devolved function, Madam Speaker? Why can't we devolve registration of cooperatives back to our counties? The human being, whether it's a lawyer, Madam Speaker, the person to be employed in Nairobi and the person who will be employed at the county level will discharge the same functions. How come we can allow a criminal or anybody who has a civil dispute to go to a court in Yamira, file a case, and a determination is made at the county, and that is final? Why must we say that to register a SACCO we need a commission of cooperatives in Nairobi? What for? We can have several commissioners of cooperatives at the county level, Mr. Speaker, so that we register our counties in real time. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the way we are evaluated as a country, the speed at which we are doing business, the speed at which we are allowing businesses to be registered, time frame is taken into account. Now here we are saying we are giving the person in charge 30 days to register a cooperative. Why can't it be done in a record 24 hours? If my account can be opened by a bank for me to put money in 48 hours, and I have a card, something that is digital, I will put into an ATM and I get the money. What is so difficult, Mr. Speaker? I'm challenging Senator Miriam to remove this belief that everything must be done by the national government. No, we can do it at the county level and do it very successfully. Mr. Speaker, when I was growing up, we had a cooperative society in Borabu called Eronge Cooperative Society. That's where we used to deliver our pyrethrum. Those days agriculture was thriving. My late father, may Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace, Mzee Karamogeni, was doing farming, pyrethrum, milk, tea. And Mama Nyamukami, my mother, was left to be in charge of pyrethrum and milk. And she used to deliver those produce to Eronge Cooperative Society in a market called Tinderet. Mr. Speaker, you know my home, you have been there. In a market called Tinderet. And at the end of the month, she would go and collect her dues. She would feel proud that she has gotten a salary at the end of the month, not hawking. We were not hawking milk, where you are getting 10 shillings, 20. No, you deliver to Eronge Cooperative, and at the end of the month, you get your income. And things were working. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, those things have since died, even with the coming of devolution. Eronge Cooperative Society is not there. In my own home, where I came from, where I was born, in West Mogirango, Bosamaro Ward, people had all those cash crops. Pyrethrum was there. I don't know whether there is any senator here who will tell you that they still have pyrethrum. It's dead. Milk. We used to deliver milk to KCC. Mr. Speaker, that is from your county, you know it. We share it. Actually, it's on the boundary. We used to deliver milk to KCC. All farmers in Kisii, by then it was the larger Kisii. We only had one district for Omogusi, Kisii. We all used to deliver our milk to KCC. My people in Bosamaro ward used to deliver their pyrethrum to Sironga, to Makairo, to Tinga. And they would get their money. And the ones in Tinga Cooperative own even buildings in Kisii town, Mr. Speaker. Now, what I expected from devolution, Mr. Speaker, is that we'll hype it up. I feel sad, Madam Speaker, that my people, famed for farming in bananas, are still hawking bananas at Ikonge. They're hawking bananas at Tinga Market there, at Keumbu, Madam, Mr. Speaker, without using a cooperative. And that way, Mr. Speaker, we are not getting value for money. There is no value addition. Our counties, our governors, my governor, Mzee Nyaribo, please wake up and help our farmers. We want to see more money into the pockets of our farmers, Mr. Speaker. We have pineapples in North Mogrango constituency, where the governor comes from. That's his constituency. We need to see those farmers with their pineapples being put into a cooperative, and we do value addition. Madam Speaker, what is so special about thicker cannas that they can process those pineapples and send them abroad? Mr. Speaker, does it mean the money you get in Bomet cannot produce butter and you ship it abroad? You can. We can. That's what we need to see from our county governments, Madam Speaker. That way, we can be proud, Madam Speaker, that devolution is helping our people. We are famed for bricks in Kitutu Masaba constituency, but these guys are selling them as individuals. There is no circle for farmers dealing with bricks. We have avocados in Kisii, but these things are, these farm produces are all being sold like hockey. We need to help our farmers. We need value addition. We have bamboo. We have the traditional vegetables, spaghetti. If our circles were working, if our county governments were to support our farmers with strong cooperatives, these vegetables can be packaged and be sold in dollars in America, Mr. Speaker. So this law, Senator Miriam, is a very good initiative. I want to thank you for it, but I'm making a very special appeal that we should do away with these things of putting ministers, cabinet secretaries, to meddle into functions that are devolved. Section 2C. Why should the cabinet minister, secretary be the one doing framework for standards for development and growth of cooperative societies? Why can that be done by CC cooperatives in Nyamira? Why should the CS national government be the one formulating management for cooperative societies. These things can be done at the county level. It can be done by our own CECs at the county level. It can be done by our chief officers. So I want to propose that we do away with most of these references to our cabinet secretaries, and we leave it down at the county level. I'm happy with what is in section 3A, the proposed section 3A, where you have actually given power to the CEC cooperatives. Like in Yamira now, that power would be exercised by my CEC cooperative, our CEC cooperative, Mr. Bernard Maina. I'm impressed with the proposal. Now we pick members of the tribunal. But again, Senator Miriam, why are you giving power to the CS cooperatives to pick members of the tribunal? Why, Mr. Speaker? Why should the minister be the one picking members of the tribunal for cooperatives? Let us devolve these tribunals to the counties, okay? Why are we telling SRC to come in and set salaries for members of tribunals? Let that be a function that can be done by the JSC. I'm a proud member of Law Society of Kenya. I'm proud that you have proposed that LSK should give us 2 members. But I'll urge you to delete the part 3 that is saying that the minister should also pick 3 members. Let us allow the members of the legal fraternity, LSK, to pick members of this tribunal. Then the chairman can be interviewed and appointed by Judicial Service Commission. I agree with you. Then once they are in office, they themselves will recruit their own secretary. Madam Speaker, my spirit is that we need
Make reference to the chair, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Mr. Speaker, once the tribunal is in place, they can appoint their own secretary, Mr. Speaker. When I served as the chair of Law Society, I was privileged to appoint many people to serve in various tribunals, including, and I hope I'm not going to embarrass him, Justice Mwaniki Kashoka, whom I appointed to the the Procurement Appeals Tribunal. And you know what? The guy rose after serving there, is now a distinguished judge of the Court of Appeal. You see? So let's have faith in our professional body, Law Society. Let us give them the discretion to pick for us people, lawyers of repute, as long as they can meet the Chapter 6 requirements, they serve in those tribunals. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill with the proposed amendments, and really thank Senator Miriam for coming up with this bill, and I hope that we'll make some contribution in strengthening our SACCOs so that farmers who are the majority members of these SACCOs can see fruits of devolution. I support, Mr. Speaker, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator Congo, Senior Counsel. I know that in your contributions you made reference to the distinguished Senator Omar Sheikh Mariam as Miriam. I'm very sure that is because of where you come from. Otherwise, the name is pronounced as Mariam. Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Murango James Kamau.
Asante sana Mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuchangia mswada ambao unafaa kurekebisha sheria ambayo inahusika na vyama vya ushirika. Mstahiki Spika, mimi ni senator wa Kenya kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga. Kirinyaga tuko na vyama vya ushirika 14 ambavyo vinashughulika na kahawa ya kulima ambayo inatoka katika viwanda 75. Tuko na chama kimoja kikubwa cha ushirika ambao inashikanisha hizo vyama ndogo za ushirika 14 ambayo inaitwa Kirinyaga Cooperative Union, ambayo iliundwa baada tu ya kupata uhuru. ningetaka niseme ya kwamba vyama vya ushirika ni muhimu sana, kwa sababu wale wanaouza mazao yao kupitia vyama vya ushirika kuungana, na ambapo Mswahili husema umoja ni nguvu, wanaweza kusaidika kupata bei nafuu katika ukuzaji wa mchele. Pia katika eneo la Mwea tuko na vyama vya ushirika, moja inaitwa Lainisha Sacco, na tuko na MRGM ambayo pia inasaidia wakulima katika mambo ya kukuza na kuuza mpunga. Tuko na vyama vya ushirika eneo la Kangai kwa sababu ya ndizi. Tuko na vyama vya ushirika kwa sababu ya maziwa kama Kirima Dairy na zinginezo. Mstahiki Spika, kitu ambayo imekuwa ni ya kusunisha ni kwamba sheria iliyoko, wale ambao wamekuwa katika vyama vya ushirika kwa muda mrefu wamepata matundu ya kupenyea na kuanza kuwafinya wakulima. Na ndio maana nataka kumshukuru Senator Mariam kwa sababu sheria kama hii na marekebisho ambayo tutafanyia itakuwa ya muhimu mkubwa kurekebisha shida tuliko nazo pale. Niruhusu Mr. Speaker niongee juu ya vyama vya ushirika ambao vinahusika na ukuzaji na uuzaji wa kahawa katika Kenya hii, ambayo shida iliyoko inafanana kila mahali uendapo. Kwa mkulima wa kahawa kutoka Kirinyaga, mkulima wa kahawa kutoka Tongaren, mkulima wa kahawa kutoka Mount Elgon na kwingineko. Mstahiki Spika, katika sheria tuliko nazo ambazo nafikiria tutaweza kutibu kwa hii sheria ya marekebisho ambayo imeletwa na Senator Mariam, ni kwamba ukienda kwa chama cha ushirika kama vile chama za ushirika cha Mutira na kingine kinaitwa chama cha ushirika cha Kiberigwi, ambao juzi walikuwa na mgomo na kumbandua wenye walikuwa ndio wenyekiti wa vile vyama. Unapata ya kwamba mtu kuwa na mtu moja mwenye anaongoza, kama kuna jambo nataka kufanywa, kuna yule mwanzilishi wa honja ambayo wanaitwa proposer na yule anayeunga mkono anaitwa seconder. Unapata kwamba mwenyekiti wa chama cha ushirika kama kile anaweza omba hata shilingi milioni 300 ama 400. Na katika kuomba zile pesa unakuja kupata kwamba mali ambayo inakuja ndio inakuwa dhamana ni ya wakulima. Sasa ningesema Mstahiki Spika, ni vizuri wakati wa tunaangalia marekebisho ya vyama vya ushirika iwe kabisa tunaweka sheria ambako hutawezekana kukopa pesa ya wakulima bila kuhusisha wakulima zaidi ya 2/3 wote ambao ni wenyekiti ambao ni wanachama katika ile chama cha ushirika. Jambo la pili, Mstahiki Spika, ni kwamba vyama vingi vya ushirika pia ndio zimekuja na kuunda SACCOS. Kirinyaga bado tuko na shinda. Kuna chama ya ushirika moja inaitwa Rwama ambayo ilikuwa na Rwama Sacco ambayo tayari imefunga milango na pesa ya wakulima. Kuna chama ingine inaitwa Mwereli Bupande wa Kishogo, nao pia wamefunga milango na pesa zote za wakulima wakaenda nazo na magunia. Mstahiki Spika, lazima tutafute kuangalia hii kwa sheria kwamba kama yeye ni mwenyekiti ambao unasimamia chama za ushirika, ikienda iwe utafanya hiyo chama kufilisika, unafaa pia mali yako iende na kuhakikisha kwamba wakulima wenyewe wamerejeshewa pesa zao. Kwa sababu Mstahiki Spika, ukiangalia kama Rwama, shinda ambayo imekuwa Rwama sasa imeenda kumaliza karibu mwaka mzima, na wakulima ambao walikuwa wamepata pesa zao kupitia chama cha ushirika cha Rwama wakaweka katika sako ya Rwama, pesa yao ikapotea ambao walikuwa wamepata kutoka kwa kahawa. Siku ya leo wanangoja wale ambao wana vyombo vya usalama DCI kumaliza kesi ili waweze kutambua pesa zao zilienda wapi. Na ile pesa ilikuweko pale ni pesa ya matimbambu, ni karo ya shule, ni pesa ya matumizi ya kinyumbani. Leo hii bado wanahangaika na ndio shuru ipatikane na waweze kupata haki yao, hatujui itakaa miaka ngapi. Kwa hivyo ningesema lazima tukaze hii sheria ili hata mtu mwenye atakuja kuwa mwenyekiti wa chama cha ushirika asiwe hata siku moja anaingiwa na akili ya kupora mali ama pesa ya wakulima. Mstahiki Spika, pia kuna shinda kubwa kwa sababu vyama mingi vya ushirika pia vimeingiliwa na wakiritimba wakati
serikali inajaribu kupambana na mageuzi ya kuhakikisha kwamba mkulima anapata pesa yake. Kwa mfano, utaangalia kwamba, na uniruhusu Mstahiki Spika nipeane mfano na Kirinyaga. Utapata kwamba katika vyama vya ushirika vya Kirinyaga vyote 14 wamekata wakulima pesa, wamejenga mtambo wa kusaga kahawa mahali kunaitwa Kiaga. Wale wakulima wako na kampuni ya kuuza kahawa moja katika soko la kahawa la Nairobi. Lakini kwa sababu kuna pesa ambayo inapeangwa wale mawakala ambao wanauza kahawa katika soko ya kahawa ya Nairobi, ambayo ni 2%, unapata ya kwamba wale wenyekiti wa vyama vya ushirika wanakuja wanahongwa na 1%, wanatoa kahawa ya kulima pasipo ruhusa, wanaenda wanapelekea wale wa Kiritimba, kahawa ya kulima inapotea. Na nasema hivyo na najua kwamba kwa mfano mzuri ni chama cha ushirika cha Kiberigwi. Kwa hivyo Mstahiki Spika, hii sheria tulio nayo sasa, tukiweza kuimbana ili wakora wasiweze kupata mahali ya kupenyea, hivyo tutaweza kusaidia mkulima. Pale pengine ni kwamba kuna utepetevu, na ningetaka nishukuru wale ambao wanahusika na vyama vya ushirika katika gatuzi la Kirinyaga. Kuna jamaa mzuri sana pale anaitwa Haniel, mwenye amekuwa akifanya kazi nzuri katika vyama vya ushirika. Na ndio naunga mkono pia honja wa Morgan ya kwamba lazima tujaribu kwamba tugatue mambo mengi katika vyama vya ushirika ili tuweze kusaidia wakazi. Lakini pia lazima tuhakikishe pale kuna wafanyi kazi wa kutosha wanaoshughulikia mambo na sheria kuhakikisha kwamba zinafuatiliwa na wale ambao wamechaguliwa kama wenyekiti katika vyama vya ushirika. Wale ambao wanasimamia vyama vya ushirika inabidi pia katika sheria tuliona hapo, naona imepatia nguvu waziri wa gatuzi ama waziri wa county nguvu ya kuweza kufanya mambo kadhaa. Zile nguvu ni nzuri ili waweze kuwa pia wafanye kazi kwa pamoja na waziri wa kilimo katika county kuhakikisha bidhaa nyingi, Mstahiki Spika, zenye zinauzwa kupitia vyama vya ushirika zinafaidi mkulima. Nikimalizia, kuna zao lingine nzuri sana katika Kenya hii ambayo inaitwa makandamia na korosho. Mstahiki Spika, ukienda sehemu hii uzunguke, uwezi pata hata chama moja cha ushirika cha wale ambao wanauza korosho ama wale wanauza makandamia ama wale wanauza biksa, uwezi pata. Na hiyo imepatia nafasi wale wa Kiritimba ambao wanafinyilia wakulima kuja kununua kwa bei dhaifu, bei ya chini sana. Makandamia juzi ilikuwa inanunuliwa, ilikuwa na bei mbaya kama chumvi juzi tu. Lakini hiyo yote ni kwa sababu wananchi wawanja kuja kufanya vyama vya ushirika waweze kuuza mazao yao kwa pamoja na waweze kufikia soko ambayo ni nzuri. Kwa nini? Ni kwa sababu hawajaweza kuelezewa vizuri na kukalishwa chini wasome umuhimu ya kuwa na vyama vya ushirika. Mimi kama seneta wa Kirinyaga nimeweza kukaa na wao chini na tukasema ya kwamba tukitaka kuwa na kupata bei nzuri katika mazao yetu, kama ni makandamia, ukiangalia zile vyama vya ushirika zenye zinatumika na wale wanakuza kahawa, zinaweza pia kutumika kwa sababu ratili wako nayo, wako na maghala ya kuweka mazao kama ya makandamia, wako na wafanyikazi, wako na usalama. Kwa hivyo kama tunaimisha wote na tuwaelimishe kwamba vyama vya ushirika ndio vitakuwa kuwaondoa katika lindi la umaskini, wanaweza kutufuata na tuweze kuwasaidia katika kuuza makandamia yao. Na ya mwisho kabisa, Mstahiki Spika, ni kwamba kati ya kaunti 47 yule mkaguzi mkubwa kamishna wa vyama vya ushirika anakaa Nairobi. Ningetaka tuwe makini sana kwa sababu wakati mkopo unahitajika katika vyama vya ushirika, wakipewa kitu inaitwa kwa kimombo borrowing power, nguvu ya kuomba, hiyo kwanza inapeanwa na wakulima katika chama cha ushirika, na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wanaenda kuomba pesa na njia inafaa. Yule commissioner wa vyama vya ushirika anafaa pia angalie na hakikisha kwamba kila kitu kiko sahihi.
lakini kwa muda ya miaka 5 imeisha. Unaweza angalia kwamba wale wasimamishi wenye kiti wa vyombo vya ushirika wanaenda kuomba pesa kwa halmashauri ama kwa watu binafsi ambao hawajapewa leseni ama ruhusa ya kukopesha pesa, na hapo ndo wakulima wengi sana sana kama wamekuwa wakipoteza pesa yao. Kwa hivyo lazima tukaze kamba, kwa sababu tujue ya kwamba vyama vya ushirika pia vyama vya ushirika unapata pesa nyingi sana inapitia katika vyama vya ushirika. Tujue nani atakuwa anapeana ruhusa kukopa. Sahihi mwenyekiti wa chama cha ushirika peke yake na bibi yake na kijana yake moja akuja unge mkono honja proposa, na huyo mwingine akuja unge mkono, anaweza kopa hata milioni 300 bila kuhusisha wakulima. Kwa hivyo lazima tuweke indandi ya watu ambao wanafaa kupitisha honja ama ili mwenyekiti aweze kukopa. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Murangwa. Senator Osotsi Godfrey.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also make my contribution on the Cooperative Amendment Bill that is being sponsored by Senator Mariam. And I want to start by thanking her for bringing this very, very important piece of legislation for consideration by this House, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mariam, you have really tried to bring issue-based legislation in this House. This is just being one of the many legislation you have brought in this House. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, cooperatives are a key vehicles in promoting economic growth in any country. And many of us here, we have done things, a lot of our investments, even paid our fees for our children and for ourselves using cooperatives. And there are good stories that we can talk about cooperatives. There are also very bad stories that can be said about cooperatives. But this particular legislation, Mr. Speaker, is very important because you know that cooperatives under the 4th schedule, cooperative societies are devolved. But this particular parent act, the Cooperative Society Act, 1997, is long overdue, Mr. Speaker, and it's important that that particular parent act should be overhauled, Mr. Speaker. I want to respect the work of Senator Mariam, but I also suggest that I think it's high time that the entire act has to be overhauled to align it with the current realities, to align it to the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the new CS for Cooperative talk passionately about the need to repeal the Cooperative Society Act 1997 so that to ensure that it is aligned to the realities of our current times and it's aligned to our Constitution. I would say that this particular bill is very comprehensive, but only captures what we call the primary societies, how they are registered, how they are managed, the policies around them. Goes further slightly to also talk about the other levels of cooperatives. That's the cooperative unions and the apex society. Mr. Speaker, this bill somehow is recommending that the primary cooperative society, their governance, their registration, their licensing, all that should be overseen by county governments. And we shall have a county director in charge of cooperatives who is going to perform that under the relevant CEC in the county. Mr. Speaker, it now leaves national government to handle the matter of national policy and matters of apex societies and cooperative union. Mr. Speaker, whereas I support that, but as I said earlier, I think it's important that we have to relook at the entire Parent Act, which is, in my view, outdated and it needs to be aligned. And as we do that, we should factor in the primary societies, but also look at ways of improving the functioning and management of cooperative unions and apex society. Mr. Speaker, we have read in the news that Cusco, which is the well-known apex society in this country, there are serious management issues. But we wonder why action has not been taken against the management and the committee responsible for this Cusco. We cannot have a situation where members' money is lost because of fraud, because of corruption, and because of mismanagement. So, and that's why I said we need to overhaul the entire Cooperative Act so that we look at issues of governance, Mr. Speaker, issues of corruption, and all that. I know in the Clause 2A, Senator is trying to propose that the persons who are involved in running a cooperative society must be guided by a number of principles. In the list of principles provided, Mr. Speaker, I do not see two important principles. The first principle is a principle on accountability. It is not listed, Mr. Speaker. Accountability is key in the running of our cooperative society from the experience that we have seen in this country. Mr. Speaker, I have also had a suggestion or a proposal from the new Cabinet Secretary for Cooperative that is a high time that cooperatives or leadership of cooperatives must observe some democratic principles. Democratic principles in terms of term of office. We have leaders of cooperative society who have been officials for ages, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I even met one who is too old to be an official, and he's been there for over 20, 30 years. Mr. Speaker, this is how corruption comes in. I hope the new CS for cooperative is going to ensure or come up with further amendments to the Cooperative Act to ensure that we have a term of office for these people. I know Senator Eddie, who is seated in front of me, has been pushing for a bill to introduce term of office for trade union. Another area that we need to look at, and I want to encourage him to do that. Another area that we need to do that, it's a cooperative movement, Mr. Speaker. That you cannot argue, Mr. Speaker, that you present yourself to the election to be elected, and therefore people elect you, and there is no problem with that. People elect you because you bribe them with the money that you have stolen from them. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say and encourage the new CS to bring further amendments to the Cooperative Act to ensure that we have a term limit for officials of the cooperative movement in this country. That will be the first step in addressing the issue of accountability, the issue of graft, and the issue of lack of transparency in management of the cooperative society. So I would suggest, Senator Maria, that under clause 2A, one of the principles that you need to add is just to say that they will adhere to Article 10 principles. And that will cover all the issues of transparency, accountability, equity, regional balance, and all those. Mr. Speaker, the act is a good attempt. As I said earlier, my best scenario would have been that we have a total overhaul of the entire act, so that we have a completely new act that will guide our cooperative movement in line with the emerging best practices in the cooperative movement. Mr. Speaker, though this bill specifies the functions of the Commissioner for Cooperative, and Commissioner for Cooperative basically is supposed to handle function at the national level. That is basically the Apex Society and the Cooperative Union. And that the respective county directors will handle matters of the primary societies. But Mr. Speaker, when you read further in the bill, there is ambiguities, which I would encourage the mover of this bill to try and clean up these ambiguities so that there is clarity on the role of the county director of cooperatives and commissioner for cooperative. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. If you go to clause 10, 1, it is saying this: if the commissioner or a director is not satisfied that an Apex society, a cooperative union, or a primary society, as the case may be, has not been complied with the act and is of the opinion that steps may be taken to comply with this act, the commissioner may provisionally register the society or the union for a period not exceeding 1 year, or on such terms and condition as the commissioner may specify in writing. You know, when you read this particular provision, Mr. Speaker, it implies that the commissioner for cooperative, who is supposed to be doing the national function, can as well determine the provisional registration of a primary society. That is confusing, and I would encourage that that section be amended. If you go further, Mr. Speaker, on clause number 11, section 7A, where it says the commissioner may suspend or cancel the registration of a cooperative society if, and then it lists there all the issues that the commissioner can do. I think it is important to have clarity on this, because a primary society is also listed as a cooperative society, Mr. Speaker. So which one is which? So I think it's important for that confusion to be removed. And also, I think we need further consultation with other stakeholders, the Ministry of Cooperatives and the other stakeholders, so that we can have a uniform bill that overhauls the entire cooperative society, but that have been widely consulted within the sector. And that way, we will be moving in the right direction. So I want to encourage Senator Maria to consult further, because I know the Ministry of Cooperative, I happen to be having some advantage. I know that they are coming up with a bill, almost finalizing the bill, and they will be bringing to this House that captures all possible amendments, all possible, relax, all possible amendments to the cooperative, the Parent Cooperative Act of 1997. And yeah, let him
Senator
inform me. You know,
Osotsi,
this
would you
Senator
like
Murango is coming from cooperative areas and is a very serious chair of agriculture, has more information. Let him inform me.
Senator Murango, proceed to inform. Give him the microphone, clerk.
Thank you very much, Deputy Paterinda, for it's a privilege to inform you. The bill for cooperative is already in the second reading in the National Assembly already, for the cooperative bill. So it has already reached there. Thank you.
That is very important information, I believe. Senator Osotsi, thank you.
Thank you for that information. I have not had an opportunity to look at it. But you see, Mr. Speaker, now these are issues. We process some bills here, National Assembly processes similar bills, and then what happens? I think the Senate should work very closely with the National Assembly so that the bills that we bring here do not appear like they are in conflict with the bills or similar bills to the ones in the National Assembly. Because my view is that we need a total overhaul of the Parent Act, that is the Cooperative Society Act 1997. This bill has made a very strong attempt at addressing the issue of how primary societies will be managed. But there are a lot of other things which must be aligned to the current circumstances, to the current best practices, which are not in this bill. So I would encourage that a lot of consultation should be done so that we know the way forward. Otherwise, this is a very good attempt for a member, a first-term senator. I think this is encouraging, and we must support this bill, but with those issues I have highlighted, addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Senator Manzo Daniel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Senator Mariam for a very big attempt to clean up the cooperative movement. Mr. Speaker, I want to own that at one time in life, I was the secretary for cooperatives in Kenya. And I'm very much aware of the troubles of the movement. At that time, my minister was Joseph Nyaga. May his soul rest in peace. And the movement has been yearning for this moment. And I like what she has done. This is an amendment of the original Cooperative Act. And when I was the secretary and the new constitution had come to power, we, at that moment, cleaned it up to align it with the constitution. So it reads cabinet secretary. I can see there is a proposal here to move from minister to cabinet secretary. That amendment has already been made. But then in the last Senate, Professor Zani, who is a social transformationist, also made a very big effort like this one, and in fact came up with a total new act, which was processed successfully in the Senate. But when it went to National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, it lapsed out of time. It was another very good work, and I think Senator Mariam should also look at that. And at the same time, when that was being done, Professor Zani seemed to be in conflict with the movement. There was no really proper consultation with the movement. And when we sat down to reconcile the movement and her, the meetings became very stormy. And she adopted the attitude of forcing that law, which was more of academic law, while at the same time the ministry was making pleas that their law, at that moment, their draft was stuck at cabinet. Finally, it came from cabinet, and now you hear it is a second reading at the National Assembly, while we are doing a duplication here by doing a second reading. But I want to say that cooperative movement is devolved under Schedule 4 of the Constitution. So this is the right place. That particular act should have come, and then it will migrate to the National Assembly. But that having happened, I really want to plead with Senator Mariam that before we go to third reading, we need a thorough consultation with the movement We need a thorough consultation with the ministry. We need a thorough consultation with the National Assembly so that we can amalgamate the proposals of Professor Zani, which are very good, the proposals of Senator Mariam, which are very good, and what is already is in the bill. And I want to say that the bill currently is a total overhaul. And I want to say that the cooperative movement begins from the village, comes to, the counties, and then is also national, and then it's also international. We have the International Cooperative Alliance, which carries all the cooperative societies in the world. And I had shared with Senator Mariam, and I was asking her whether she had taken time to compare notes with the best practices in the world, especially in Europe. I think Senate should have sponsored her in proper consultation and with the committee to visit some of the best practices in the world and bring them home. Other than the cooperative, the cooperative societies, then you have the National Cooperative Alliance here. You have huge businesses associated with the cooperative movement, the Cooperative Bank, the CIC Insurance, and they all work together and in consultation with the international movement, which is very well done in Canada and in the US. In fact, it is a very good business model. If you really want to transform a nation, if you really want to change the economic situations of a nation, when people work in cooperatives, they pull resources together and they are very strong. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of corruptions in the cooperatives. And there have been a lot of cartels in the cooperatives. There's also the SACCO Societies Regulations, law, SASRA, which we just did their regulations as a Senate the other day. And then we have organizations which are associated with the cooperative movement. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very heavy movement. It's a 15 million member movement in Kenya. We still have cooperative societies dealing with tea, cooperative societies dealing with coffee, cooperative societies dealing with milk, which their fate. And even the new KCC, we heard there was a request for statement the other day from Senator Badago. And the complications are so much that one, we need a law to sort them out. Two, we need the government to be involved so that, because it is part of the problem. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, there is every need and every use to make thorough consultations and even to consult the counties, very well, and to make sure that the counties are carried along, to make sure that COG is involved, to make sure that COG has done also thorough consultations. But I want to say the Commissioner of Cooperatives is the most important person in this law. He is, in fact, more responsible and expected to take care of the movement better than the permanent secretary or principal secretary and the cabinet secretary. He is a key person. He's a registrar. And then, there is only one registry in the country. So this registry needs to be devolved in a way. But without the parent registry, then you are likely to duplicate the names and the roles. And therefore, while devolution is a reality and is in the Constitution, this particular law needs to be to synchronize a lot of things. What do you do with the original registry, which is in the national government? And what do you do with the other smaller registries in the counties? So when you propose to change from Commissioner of Cooperatives to a Director of Cooperatives, then there will be a contradiction with the counties, because the counties have the directors, while the Commissioner is at the national government. And there's actually a cooperatives policy which went through the National Assembly some years ago. And with the policy, it is where you draw the law. So this policy has gone all the way to be approved even by the president after it has been passed by the houses. And therefore, there is all that to be looked at. I like the work which has been put, bearing in mind this is an amendment bill. It is seeking to amend certain sections. It is not seeking to overhaul. And it has also come in very good faith. It has heavily borrowed from previous researchers. It is very well done, meaning that Mariam must have consulted serious experts. And I want to say that the cooperative movement, especially the agricultural one, is even in Northeastern. There are farmers who used to come to see me in office from all the way from Northeastern, who run cooperatives there very seriously. There are farmers in Mandera, there are farmers in Garissa, along the rivers, and then there are many other businesses, even herding of cows, which are in cooperatives. Now, the cooperative movement is very strong also in China, but the best practices are found in Europe, the Nordic countries, the milk cooperatives, the transport cooperatives, and that's how we borrowed the Matatu SACCOs. They are actually not SACCOs, but they have an element of saving. That's why they fall under SACCO. And you know there are the many amendments which have been made to streamline the Mani region. We have Cusco in Kenya, which is now riddled with a lot of problems, and it is the umbrella body in Kenya, and well represented, representing the cooperative movements in the country. And the directorship is an election from the regions, similarly with the CIC. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to plead with Senator Mariam, before we go to third reading, to first of all find out what is happening in the National Assembly, because we cannot be passing a law here, which we can easily pass today or by this week, then transit it to the National Assembly. Then the National Assembly passes an act, and both of them cross each other. Then they bring that other act here, while Mariam's act goes to the National Assembly. First, we want to save Parliament time. Secondly, we really want to save Kenyans. Thirdly, the cooperators are very eager to get a new law. And then we have many other institutions associated with this. We have housing cooperatives, we have, which have not been taken care of thoroughly here. We have a cooperative university, which we set up from the cooperative college during my time as a secretary. And we borrowed the model from Mondragon in Spain, North Spain, Bilbao, and then brought that model here, a university, a cooperative, which some people interfered with, but now has gone back on track. So we have a cooperative university. Where do you place it in this? We have a cooperative bank. We have a lot of other institutions associated with the cooperatives. We have even the sand harvesting cooperatives in the lowest level. We have all manner of cooperatives, but there is no law. I really want to agree with Senator Mariam, which regulates all this and synchronizes it properly for the best service of the cooperatives. We need also within this law, although there is a penal code and there is an Anti-Corruption Act, to come up with better practices to streamline corruption. The law in this country, Mr. Speaker, recognizes that cooperatives conduct elections. You know, they believe in democratic practices. But then the age limit, we have a law dealing with the age limit in this country. There are private organizations which that particular law of retirement at 60, Mr. Speaker, may not apply. Then what do you do with this? Somebody is 80 and has been in the cooperative movement for 50 years and has been the same person dealing with the coffee. And then there is the same problems duplicated year after year, Mr. Speaker, and never changing, Mr. Speaker, never helping the people, Mr. Speaker. We want the people to be served, Mr. Speaker.
Shall we all rise, members? Senator Manso, when the House resumes tomorrow, you have got 8 minutes to conclude on your contribution to the bill. Honorable Senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 26th of September, 2024 at 2:30 p.m.